Женя.
Средь
Лето.
снегов и льдин выбирал, засыпал один, умирал. Кофе по утрам без меня, чашками тоску измерял. Крылья отращу за спиной, вот и прилечу за тобой.
Как удивительно, наша постель уже не помнит нас счастливыми. Места касаний на теле покрылись инеем, и с твоим именем больше не связывало ничего. А помнишь, были так близко, что прям под кожей. Все говорили, что так уже невозможно. Вот ты уходишь, я молча стою в прихожей. Похоже, так и есть. Никаких останься или постой. На прощание взгляд, да и тот пустой. Но если не найдется родной души, пиши.
Чё-то намутил, да-да-да, гордо уходил навсегда. Средь снегов и льдин выбирал, засыпал один, умирал. Кофе по утрам без меня, чашками тоску измерял. Крылья отращу за спиной, вот и прилечу за тобой.
Я почти разучилась скучать, собралась с мыслями. Как обычно, лучшие дни кончаются быстро. Так безжалостно и неистово. И от светлого, доброго, чистого остается лишь холод стены, за которой мы.
Сердце потревожит, начнет грустить. Ты однажды сможешь мне все простить. Но если не успел тебе стать чужим, бежать. Чё-то намутил, да-да-да, гордо уходил навсегда. Средь снегов и льдин выбирал, засыпал один, умирал. Кофе по утрам без меня, чашками тоску измерял. Крылья отращу за спиной, вот и прилечу за тобой. Чё-то намутил, да-да-да, гордо уходил навсегда. Средь снегов и льдин выбирал, засыпал один.
So the best strategy was to get all you needed and then drive in between the two locations so that you could be, equal distance to both and have a good time using
Крылья
both.
отращу
Get the flushes, guys. You're safe to take all of.
прилечу за тобой.
And drive in between the
bit of a drop off to the rest of the pack. Petrichor Road on 34 points. to go. It's just this king of the hill high ground that VP have been holding on to, and they're allowing all the peasants around them to scrap between themselves.
Good grenades, good frags, good knocks. Howl are falling as we speak. Stuns come out. Ferris is trying to take point. Walitai are eliminated in 11th. As I believe it was
Чё
Example's
она
grenade
прокает
that
второй
did
день в эту
the
зону?
last job there. Ruin goes
Или
down.
это
It's
вчерашний
all
был
on
тогда, нет?
to one member left for Howl is trying to stick one revive. Surely one teammate left standing to try and make something of this moment.
Yeah, there's no way they can get over to Code Marco. That gap in the smoke's just far too big. Diffix has that on lockdown, and now with Lyrics up on the roof as well. Orcarin has activated from his position. It's enough to catch out Luke 12 as TSM makes a push out of the mansion. They were taking a fight up against New Happy close on their south. And they have to. There's nothing else to play. VP now forces everyone from the northern side to push in towards the southern tip of the compound where they're holding. And there is nothing else but a vast expanse of open fields and maybe a tree or two for anyone to play in this game. More people are going to be dying very, very soon.
Very, very soon. Win your fight. Win the fight that is in front of you. That's really the only play that is left for the majority of these teams. Petrichor Road still surviving the duo that is left. 7 kills for them. But they're not alone with the question of how in the world are we going to make it further from this?
Options are limited. Everyone's tried it to make a send in towards whatever ridges, whatever dips there exists around the Sky Garden compound that VP's been holding on to for so long. There's just nothing left. Petrichor Road, I can't imagine them getting any much further into this game. Maybe getting a placement point if they're fortunate, if their timing can be good, but it really won't be too much more than that from this position.
There's been a bit of a standstill here on the small little dips around the north side of this compound set. But it's not going to last long, and Petrichor Road are now trying to find some angle to the north. Chewy's gone down. It's all left to Ming, half HP. Chewy gets confirmed. Stolen by Lucarux. Takes that kill away from Twisted Minds. That puts it 4 apiece between those two teams in terms of
Ебаный
kills. We have
Virtus.pro,
yet to
блядь.
enter placement points. We have yet to enter placement points.
Yep.
There are still that many teams alive. But with the blue coming in, I still spot
Просто там
this
сидят, блядь,
4
крысят
teams,
нас.
maybe 5 teams that aren't in the Phase 6 zone. TSM are now out. We have finally entered placements.
Yep.
Top 8 confirmed. Who's going to go out next?
Well, New Happy have done well to survive the onslaught as best they can. They've actually managed to keep all 4
Shalom,
alive,
shalom.
but with pressure from
Bakhor.
TSM and third-partying shots from above, VP in that position. That's no easy feat to keep all 4 alive. It gives them a chance to try and wrap around as Hakatori tries to make an entrance, sat down immediately. Tigger's there waiting with an S12K, and while he's traded, it won't be enough to dislodge the arena.
Bleed also got eliminated. I'm looking at the map now. It seems that everyone is in the zone. Even E-Arena, they have a small corner of that building.
It's not much.
It's not much, not at all. And Virtus Pro, they need to start getting activated if they want to farm the points from this position. It's understandable that they don't have too many from now because everyone was just trying to avoid this position. But with all 4 still left up, Virtus Pro playing it safe, allowing those teams to get under them, conceding buildings over to those other squads was all to keep them at full strength. 4 members standing. If they could hit double-digit kill points here, but they need to take care of E-Arena first.
Well, for Virtus Pro, it's come down to a bit of a resource management game now. Ibi, extremely low on ammo for the DMR, needs to make those 9 bullets that he has last, or potentially ask for a little bit from his teammates. But as an IGL, you've got to prioritize your fraggers having what they need to be able to do their job to fulfill their role on the team.
E-Arena, we saw the push. We saw even more concession by Virtus Pro because New Happy also have an angle. They are still in the zone. They are still alive. They have a small def late to play behind, but no longer because the phase continues to go to the north. Virtus Pro are now back to being virtually dead center of this zone, and they're just going to let everyone around them still try and fight it out. They're going to keep control of their buildings. That's the most important thing for them.
Well, once Twisted Minds had dislodged Falcons from this spot, they've been allowed to survive in this position just by virtue of there being presence elsewhere, but surely that won't last too much longer now. New Happy are committing to making a push. Vex will be the one to sit down December 12th, and it will be confirmed by Gustav.
There the push comes in. They've lost 1 on the crash, and then this makes it a 3 versus 3. Assuming Virtus Pro do not find third-party angles onto this. Grenades come out. Damage onto Non. And counter grenades, counter flashes, counter frags, and that's a lot of damage. Lyrics gonna go for the push. Gets 1, gets 2. Can he go for the third? It is a full wipe for E-Arenas. They are not going to go out of first place easy.
New Happy just rocked up into a death trap that they didn't even know was set because it wasn't at the time. No way to scout it, but E-Arena, so good with their aggression timing, spotted an opportunity, Lyrics lines them up and knocks them all down.
And now it's FaZe's turn. They have a couple of trees to try and hide behind. But with Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, two teams with lines of sight onto their position. The send through is getting caught.
Nowhere to go. They've got a tree to work with. It's not even in the zone. They just have to hope, beyond hope, that someone dies before them. That's really all they can do at this point, or some sort of miraculous Panzerfaust to get a quad kill, but I mean, I don't know. It's not looking good.
Virtus Pro getting activated. Virtus Pro are getting activated as are Hal, and that's going to pull Twisted Mind's attention back towards the north.
Тупорылые
Moment is not
випишки,
able to
блядь.
get taken by FaZe as they go out in 5th place, and Twisted Minds go out just after. VP4, E-Arena 3, Howl with 2 if they can get the revive here.
Ебучие
But with
выпишки.
Nixie
Куда
gone
нахуй
down,
идете, блядь?
E-Arena are
Тупорылые
in position to
ублюдки.
try and take this whole thing over.
And that's huge. That's drawn the attention of VP away. They were turning their
Не, Virtus.pro не
entire force
выведет
over
эти игры,
to
блядь.
sweep Howl away from this
Yeah.
position, but now they've been forced to
Конченые,
turn
блядь.
back. That gives an opportunity for Howl to get back to a two-man. Lukarux has had to
Нахуй
give ammo
поменяйте,
over
блядь,
to Ibby so he can even
эмблему
play
нахуй
the
на
game at
желтую,
this
блядь.
point. He switched
Кропы
over to a
ебучие, блядь.
micro Uzi. They're playing tower defense.
I mean, the tower that they're defending is still in the zone, as it will remain to be, but the ending is going to be below the shelf, below the hill where Twisted Minds were just eliminated from. But you can't go there first. It's going to be a fight till the end. I can only imagine every single team has their position of cover, and any attempt to peek out of it, it's not going to be a particularly safe one.
Well, funnily enough, it's the worst zone that Howl could really have asked for. I mean, they can try and wrap around the south, go into the position where there does still remain some cover
Постоянно.
from where the Falcons went down, from where Twisted Minds pushed into and met the same fate. But if they do so, there's no one really to defend against Virtus Pro just peeking up over the top.
Whoa, whoa, watch Tigger here, going for a slow flank on the...
Не попал же. Выживалка на маленькой карте, блядь. Не регает в этой игре.
The center dot, so that way whenever V.
Zizzy having to deal with the Hound push on the bottom side at the exact same time. If he can still do this, he does!
He did! How? From the high ground, this is what I was saying. No one wanted to commit to the fight because they could not guarantee that they will be the last ones up, and it was hard fought to the very end. But Virtus.pro do come out on top with the win. 11 kills for it.
I mean, again, it has been game after game after game where E-Arena is showing us not only do they win when they get the circles, like they are just absolutely game presence ready and able to win fights that, like, you don't think they're going to win these peaks, and their flicks are incredible.
Well, I want to say, I don't know if I can pin it down just quite yet, but we're seeing that they know how to navigate the terrain in almost every single circle to their benefit.
Yeah.
Specifically locations where they can start playing cover bouncing. Like if we look back to the Erangel that was just a bit east of this, whenever we look, it was around Forest.
Yes.
They got control over that area by really just kind of shifting and having multiple firing lines available to set up a lot of crossfire. This is another continuation of that in some type of variance. Tigger up high while you had the other two that were kind of low to make sure the fact that they had crossfire capabilities. And we often see that, but with the splits and 2-2s and whatnot, they're doing it.
We've taken some footage of their hands. We will tweet it out later so you can see what these guys are doing. But it's wild, and it's the, like, I think Saga said it best. That is an IGL doing it, and that is just crazy how high the level of play has come. Now, when we talk about great IGLs, Ibiza, man of the match. This is another IGL who's winning man of the match because of their incredible performance.
And I respect his facial hair choices. 6 kills, 5 knocks, and almost 800 damage. Moving over to Sky Garden / Heaven real early gave them a ton of control inside of that game. So good read. Whenever we were looking at, what, Circle 3 or so, we kind of had it, we were talking about it in the green room about, like, hey, you know, there's 3 or 4 places this could go that could be good. I'm no surprise once Heaven shifted over, just prime position.
And absolutely. And I am willing to go on the record and say I think we should call it Sky Garden as a shout out to Paper Thin, who's not here, and all of our friends in that region.
See, I can't figure out which one I like
I
more.
love the sound
them
of Sky Garden.
But I also do like Heaven. It's just like so historic.
Well, that's where everybody wants to be, just like they want to be at the top of the leaderboard, and you're going to get a little bit higher up because...
Алло. Здорово. Да, плохо слышно, но слышно. Да, нормально. Аптечки, где я тебе их найду, нахуй? Да, блядь. Давай наверх. А куда этот еврей исчез? Что? Пока. Блядь. Хуёво падаю. Все наверх тянут, да? Бля, ультра хуёво падаю. Давай. А вниз тоже дохуя. Серьезно? Ну, блядь, ростик. Надо отойду. А я турик смотрю. Чуть позже буду.
It's a potent example with Sky Garden, right?
Блядь,
Yeah,
But
дохуя,
certain
блядь.
teams have decided to go a step beyond and even have call-outs for individual rooms in buildings, so they can
На
say,
первое
oh,
место
there's one guy
дохуище,
in
блядь.
the spooky, creepy baby puppet room,
Uh,
just to speed up the comms a little bit.
yeah, I think that's a bit too many syllables. I think it is strictly just the baby room.
It's the most apt description.
Ooh, well, actually, I think we do have an interview coming up with, I imagine, it's going to be Haisaki, so let's hear what Cerberus have to say.
Sau khi bọn mình vô địch PGS 3 thì bọn mình đang có hơi mất thiếu một xíu may mắn, và mình mong là ngày hôm sau sẽ có nhiều may mắn hơn và bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành thứ hạng cao nhất. Trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay thì ở map Weekend thì bọn em thể hiện được tốt nhất những pha combat của team, và nếu mà có ngày mai thì nếu mà qua ngày mai thì bọn em vẫn sẽ giữ chiến thuật đấy và cố gắng bắn hết sức có thể. Thì chiến thuật bọn mình cũng vẫn sẽ không thay đổi gì nhiều đâu, và trong những trận sắp tới thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hơn thôi.
Всем все
I mean,
понятно,
yeah, this
ёпта.
is an interesting question about Cerberus, because they're currently in 15th place. This is the team that dominated PGS3, looked really, really good, like they were going to continue that on their very first match, their first day of group stage. But then the second day of group stage, yeah, sure, they're playing around. They were already qualified. They still ended in, what, second place off of that? But then it's been slipping away, and you need to start asking the question, is that are they running out of steam? Is the endurance run of back-to-back having to play at such a high level, the momentum, once it drops off for even a second, can be difficult to try and regain that confidence to go for those plays.
Sure. I mean, there's always the age-old question, why fix it if it's not broken? And certainly playing the way that they did, Haisaki's commitment to that style makes a lot of sense given their recent results at PGS3, walking away as the victors of the overall championship, but something ain't working for them this time around. But hey, if you want to get something that does work, head over to PUBG Esports, get a listen in with some of the team comms of the six teams that we have on display today. See how the things are working out for them.
Well, neither of them were TSM or Gen G, but they seem to be in a bit of a kerfuffle here. Kurt backing away, caught out, good covering fire by Alo. Could try and create an opportunity for a retreat by the TSM captain, or rather push forward and try to get a follow-up knock there. This could easily snowball one direction or the other one, but Kurt does seem to want to go for the fight. Ace at the ready to go for the shot, catches Rex out in the open, gets the knock. What's the follow-up going to look like? Look at all of the angles by the rest of TSM. Kurt doesn't even have a scope on the mini, but going to go for the shots nonetheless.
We saw TSM in a position very similar to this, where they held on to this compound that they're currently fighting for, and then had to defend against a barrage of about 7 emergency parachutes during PGS3, but it's a position that Kurt himself has said, if I could hold this every single game, I'd be a happy man, but Gen G is not going to let them take it without a fight.
A knock coming out from Adder, making this one a 1-for-1, and at some point, even in phase number 1, you have to worry about when is another team going to get curious, when is another team going to try and follow up in either third party, or maybe even just collapse onto this. Adder, another knock coming onto Alo. It's starting to fall apart for TSM. It was a good start, but at this point, they might have bitten off more than they can chew.
It all starts to fall apart the second the TSM start to consider backing away. Alo got caught on the run with his back turn, trying to disengage, and now Rello stole away the kill as well from long distance. He's been keeping tabs on things from the northern side of Rozhok and found an angle. There's another potential flush up there, but he won't be able to find it from this lower ground position. TSM, they tried to get a little bit aggressive. It worked out for them earlier on, and not quite work this time around. They've lost 2 of their members. Moving on now, only 25 points in 14th place. It's a heavy loss to take.
It is, but at least they're able to get out. The big worry is that once you start to lose players, especially when you are locked in that close to the opposing team, what if you all just happen to go down before 6.5 minutes? Same timing that we see Na'Vi take the bridge across. Remember, there were a number of teams, multiple teams on Sosnovka Island, but they seem to have all played nice on their way back into the mainland.
Yeah, E-Arena made their way off pretty sharpish, actually, and made their way over to Milta Power on the east so they can do a little bit of extra looting. That might end up costing Na'Vi, as they're making a wide wrap on the eastern coast, as Legacy make a much safer rotation all the way up to the west, now making their way around Everest, and Kizera is going to start making a move up on towards the high ground to scout a little bit further forwards. Closest opposition would be Wali Tai. They're just over by Ruins. Should be able to scout that out, but Lyric's now putting shots in towards Na'Vi as they do make their move. It will force them wider along the coastline. Whether E-Arena try and use this opportunity to camp them and take the 3 points, or just go for their risk-averse style that's been serving them so well and just try and make a move towards the zone and get away from any potential early engagements. Whoop.
Could be tempting, especially spotting a vehicle spin out like this, but Diffx is able to correct it. Does not land on its back like a turtle. Legs flapping in the air as we take a quick peek on Virtus.pro as well. Winners of the previous round, currently holding out 3rd place with 53 points, though that does kind of pale in comparison to the point scores that first and second have, but nonetheless, looking to follow up on that previous win, looking to get a second.
It's very slow push over the bridge from Virtus.pro, but it makes a lot of sense given, as you said, the sheer number of teams that dropped on towards Sosnovka Island. They know there's every possibility they're being bridge camped, and it's very difficult to scout it out from particularly up towards the lighthouse from this angle. Dizzy will once again lurk behind as a solo, allowing Na'Vi to make a move beyond. Trying to put some sprays in. Diffix with a swift little seat swap lands a headshot, and Bayerist had pulled up on an angle that could have cost Zizzy a little bit more had he been able to find another angle through the trees, but seems like neither team really wants to full commit into a fight. They're just happy to poke and prod at one another and continue the rotation.
It's an instance of, is this an opportunity? Okay, I'm going to hold it for 5 seconds, but I gotta get, I swear, guys, I really gotta get into the zone. The same way that Legacy are trying to get to the zone up against TSM, seemingly completely unaware, and Sparking instantly eliminates a previous ex-teammate.
Sure would be the team that I said is taking the safer rotation that ends up driving face first into a compound and ending up getting caught out by Sparking. Just sat there quietly. No real attempt to scouting it out, or at least no successful attempts to scout the position first.
In Legacy's defense, when you're like TSM and you're already down to 2, usually you don't try and play that loud, very active. Yeah. So it's completely reasonable that they would just have a small little blind spot there. Though you do also have to question Legacy taking the risk of sending 2 players all the way to the north like that, with the other 2 still playing back on Everest, really being greedy with their split.
Sparking did drive into that compound, so there was a vehicle on display somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Well, it's called Garage, so it was inside.
I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not naming names. I'm just saying that there was a vehicle there to give the position away. Just was not spotted for one reason or another. Mime now up close with Latte of Wally Tai. Not too sure who really initiated this push, but it looks as though it's Wally Tai starting to try and expand their hold out towards the west as Falcons have expanded out from Rozhok. This will remain in the position, and I don't know whether or not they've got the information, but they're hopping in their vehicles and backing away on the zone shift. Going to regroup. They feel a little unsafe, and rightly so. Latte seconds away from getting perfect opportunity.
Yeah, but look at all this immediate convergence onto Twisted Mind's central position around school, around apartments. We'll see if it continues to center up around that area, but Virtus.pro, the rotation through New Happy's hold here on the south does allow them to get a second to spray down from December 12th to drop Quizzy down. So the previous chicken dinner winners gonna have a lot harder of a game to repeat it a second time around.
That was a clean spray. That car was moving fast from decent range as well, but set him down so swiftly. VP found very little to actually end up playing from. This is their real other game plan when they have a disadvantaged position. It's all about the pre-drives, but this time just getting a little bit too close to unsafe terrain.
It's not a lot. It's not a lot indeed. Though, interesting. Coupe, orange, it's in theme for Virtus.pro, but that's by the by. They're going to have to look to see if they can hold out in that spot, or perhaps rather send it into one of the mini apartments that Twisted Minds are trying to be oppressive landlords, holding the entire block under their iron thumb, and TSM rotating their way through the bridges. Again, Legacy, a little bit of steering contest back and forth. Both wounded teams, not wanting to get into a fight that's going to make them even weaker than they already are, but they both, of course, need to get into the zone across these bridges in through Boatyard.
Wally Tai have committed a little bit more in towards the Boatyard itself, a couple over just to the northern side of Pachinki as well, in a pretty wide 2-2 split, but they have the information that TSM have regrouped over. They will have likely spotted Luke 12 as well, but no real attempt from Legacy to try and follow up with a push of their own. The southeastern side of the zone is looking real difficult for any of these teams to make an entrance through. It was Na'Vi in the arena that were threatening an engagement, but they've separated off, and FaZe have found themselves right in the middle of both.
Some damage coming out from Sosa, but at that range, you can't expect multiple instantaneous headshots, but really it's just to try and push FaZe away. If it ends up pushing them into E Arena, they can perhaps look for third partying, but it is only FaZe 2. Kill points are important, but you don't want to completely give up your position and perhaps throw your entire game to try and get 1 or 2 on the back of another team's team fight. Arena now also rotating in, only a couple of members left to make their way inside this zone. Low ground, not easy to scout into the center of this phase 2 from this position, but considering they had that sort of back and forth with Na'Vi, they came in from the edge. It's not the worst spot to come into, just try and set up their position, play from the edge throughout the mid game.
We approach the status quo of the lobby. All the edge teams are playing out towards the edge, or the central teams making moves in towards the center, holding down whatever positions are available. Zone may just decide the fate of many of those yet to find themselves a solid home. There is plenty of space that would be pretty horrendous for this zone to shift in towards. The field south of Boatyards to the east side of apartments. Very, very limited in terms of the space available. The Howl, grateful that they've already managed to get a hold of a position for themselves.
Only a few seconds left. Will this continue to center up on school apps? It's going to go northwest. It's going to be Falcons dead center of this one, and it does have that water tower hill. Does that incentivize them to try and go for the high ground, or to instead play in a safer position in the buildings in Rozhok? You can see all the teams rotate in from the east, right next to each other. Na'Vi and Howl from the same region, perhaps having similar playbooks, but Ruin and Marco dealing a bunch of damage onto this.
You know it's bad when even Na'Vi is hopping into the vehicles and making a full send drive towards the center, but Howl This is their playbook. This is what they do as often as they possibly can, and they're dang good at it too. Getting the drop on Diffex, he won't make it all the way, and Hakatori gets taken out as well.
All Snakers with the P90 gets a double there. The rest of the Howl all lined up. And in the window, Utility's coming out. It pushes Mime and Snakers away, sets them on fire a touch. And a follow-up grenade could do it. In fact, no, it is the Molly. Snakers has gone down, and there were multiple collapses around this area as FaZe and what remains of Na'Vi crashing into each other in this dip.
Just everyone on the southeastern side of the zone had to make a send. They felt there was no other option. They've just pushed directly into the chaos, and now everyone's dying left, right, and center.
Mime's gone down. Ruin's the last one up. Can he confirm this kill before Gen G take him out? Howl are, in fact, eliminated. But so is Mime. Falcons have lost 2 on the defense, and Gen G is backfilling this entire fight. But here comes 4 a.m. More teams are joining the party.
The challengers approach. Falcons held the position up on the hill.
Добивает, блядь, ебаный чурбан,
over
блядь.
the side, and Flood will claim that point for free. There was no way that Falcons could hold the high ground position. They have to go low, but everyone's still coming towards them. VHZ gets the knock, and it's stolen away by Barpo.
Again, the last player left for 4 a.m., but is able to find some cover. A small little building, but has yet to jump inside. You have to imagine potential snake or rat hiding in there. Delays Zipyan's push. But you also have to worry about not just the angles from the north of Legacy, angles on the south from Na'Vi if they want to take that high ground position. But for Angry Med, for Zipyan, this small corner behind the vehicle is going to be enough for now.
Would you believe it, Cameron? The one team who was down towards the southeastern side of the zone who did not get caught up in all that chaos. Funnily enough, it's the Arena, the team who really values keeping themselves alive and avoiding taking early losses and fights where they don't have all the control and all the cards in their favor. They just completely disengaged with everything, wrapped back around towards the west. They find themselves a position that's open and free to the southwestern side of the zone. Give themselves even a chance to call in a flag on for a little bit of an extra boost. It just seems like playing the risk-averse style just paying off massively, and they're just doing it every single time.
Yeah, it really is. They know exactly when they have the ability and the dominance to be able to strike. Very much a, no, you guys go ahead. I'll catch up later, and they oftentimes do very well. The circle does center up. There is still that rave, that party in south of Rozhok, but Legacy sending it forward. That's going to be Virtus.pro. Eliminated a really good roll-up by Legacy. VHC, LFP, finding the shots, finding the damage, and they get themselves a small little position.
Turns out those 2 little orange coupes, team colors or not, didn't do much to provide any cover. They did enough to commit to making a send further in, but it only got them as far as 14th place. Rello now taken out, leaving Flood in a 1 versus 4, and there's still other solos lurking around this area of the city to fend off as well. The blue zone grenades are not quite going to reach their target, though.
But this could allow Rex to get inside, though the bar is on the window, and, well, just the size of the windows make it a bit more difficult, but the grenades are not coming out. They've all but triangulated Flood's position. Grenade doesn't bounce correctly. Getting a grenade into that stairwell is going to be difficult, but that's why that Molly removing that door could do a whole lot.
Yeah, Flood's well aware of that, though. Even takes the opportunity to reposition. Gets a bit of a damage done, but Rex holds the angle as he tries to disengage. There will be no way out now for Falcons. Just one too many teams for them to have dealt with holding on to this position, and if that weren't even enough, Bleed Esports now starting to make a move in to push the back of Gen G as they commit their focus forwards.
Ooh, coming in from the sky, him has already down to 25 HP. Is there any space to take? And if there is, will he get there? All the teams around this area are shooting in that position, and Himas is going to go down, but hopefully has been able to scout out some information because the rest of Cerberus are on the push. They find a dip, but LFP is ready to peek over the side of this frag. Grenade in hand, cooking that one. It's going to be a great dinner.
He's got so many with the bodies of VP. That one a little overcooked. It bounced the wrong way. Does remain in the dip, but gave Cerberus enough time to react, to respond, and LFP gets knocked from distance from Ming Ming. Grenades himself out of the game. Cerberus get the chance to remain alive.
Legacy a bit sloppy on that push and holding it a bit too long. Cerberus are able to maintain their position in the dip, but Na'Vi, last frag grenades now being thrown out. Theirs could be a bit more on point. The damage is being dealt. Nothing lethal yet.
They're still surviving mortars as well. Nothing is dislodging them from this dip.
How are they still up? How are they still surviving? One more frag, that's it. Solosi's now gone down, but can they follow up with anything else? I believe that was the last piece of lethal utility coming out from Na'Vi. They're gonna fall back, get back into their dip. That's
Если
gonna
вышли,
allow
что ли,
Ty
блядь?
Khan to get yet another res for Cerberus. They're still in it. For how much longer? Nobody knows, but they are still alive.
Twisted Minds feeling no pressure at all from the church. They lose Sololzi again as now Gizera drops a grenade from above. A mortar again lands just
Что
short of its
я,
target.
блядь, тянет зона просто
Isaki
туда
will be able
на
to do nothing. This time,
китайское
Gizera will
говно,
confirm the
блядь.
flush onto Sololzi with a blue zone grenade as well. Twisted Minds pushed out of school. They're now pushing up towards the hilltop where Bleed have wrapped their way into the south of Roshok. They can maintain hold of all the teams who are within that city itself.
And now on the west boatyard, Luke 12, the last one up. Sparking tried to group up with the player from Australia, but instead, Luke is going to have to play this one out as a solo, trying to stare down Wally Tai. But all these teams need to move towards the east. They need to move into that one dip that is held by the remaining duo of Cerberus. Unsure if there's a better play on hand, if they have another idea on how to make their way through the rest of this phase, the rest of this round, the rest of this game.
Nothing yet on the board for Bleed Esports. They've been doing their best to maintain a similar playstyle to E-Arena, keeping themselves heavily towards the edge, out of harm's way. But they're struggling, and they will continue to struggle to make a push through this absolute wall of opposition. Twisted Minds set up with a 3-man angle. Orcarin looking to try and find Lou on the back line, who's holding the line. Got the jammer pack, and that's about all he's got to try and make a move forward. Samoy has to try and send it, but he won't be successful. Batulin sits him down. We saw a bit of a replay. Once again, Howl making a commitment into the side, and team just not quite being able to make it work.
Twisted Minds, they push out to the north from school up against Bleed. But 7 kills for Gen G, currently in 5th place with Falcons and VP both out. Are in a position potentially to try and overtake into 3rd, and Barpo continues to rack up those kill points on Erangel.
Not entirely sure how Orcarin got around the back of PUBG. He's got himself up alongside the northern side of school. Ada pushing forwards. I don't think he knows that Happy is lurking this close. He might just give himself up if he can find the timing. Not quite.
Bleed just haven't been able to really establish a strong position, whether to take a fight or swing around and swing through, but Happy with an angle is able to find Adder. That's going to be an easy kill confirmed there. So at least 1 kill point for Bleed in this round. And then Gizera striking from the opposite side, missed the opportunity to take Barpo down, 53 HP. Barpo is getting behind cover with the P90 in hand. Level 3's top to bottom is going to get on the heel.
Happy gets out. He stole away the vehicle and made a move. He got up to the top of the hill. Perfectix is still lurking nearby, but Gen G's attention was drawn over by Legacy committing their push, and another grenade from Gizera will almost do enough to prevent Rex from peeking over the side, but not quite, and the P90 of Barpo will secure their fate.
Legacy up in 10th, 4 kills, not a bad round for them, but they do go out earlier than I think they would have wanted to. And 11 kills
Ну,
for
бля, ехать
Gen
чекните,
G. They
бля,
might have
нахуй вы,
lost
блядь, там
Adder, but
всё
they are
оставили.
still ready to scrap this one out. And with the hill to the south, this does allow them to take limited engagements and just clean up one team after another, but they will just sweep around this east side. Happy is going to be the next victim potentially to bat for Gen G as they all push towards the top of this tower, but we'll see what Twisted Minds has to respond with themselves.
I mean, the fact that Gen G have even had 11 enemies to kill from the position, they were one of the teams that just had to send it into the south side of Roshok, and so did everyone else, apparently, but most of them just met a brick wall in the form of Gen G. Like you say, 11 kills on the board. That's enough to creep them up into 5th place with potential to go even higher if they can find a way through. Up and over the hilltop where Na'Vi are lurking. Luke 12 will put them 1 point closer to the placement points as E-Arena start to commit a push into New Happy.
They're late to the party, but they brought gifts! A great grenade from Jacob and the P90 from Zizzy.
New Happy просто помойка, блядь.
For New Happy in the blink of an eye. It's all down to December 12th. Grenades are trying to fly back, trying to create some opening to clutch this one out. But with Tigger pushing forward in the vehicle, hitting the low ground, and you have to imagine third-party potential from Twisted Minds and even Gen G. That's going to be it for New Happy. They are eliminated. In 9th place, we have hit placement points. And E-Arena, they're starting to get activated again once you see them in the kill feed. If you're also in the lobby, or not in the lobby yet, you're also on the field, you're going to get really scared. Cerberus Esports also eliminated only a few moments after.
Wally Tai have crept their way out of Boatley Yard. They've done The cleanup job on everyone else's dirty work on Cerberus, who were still lurking down below in that dip. They've cleaned up that space, claimed it for themselves, and they can make use of that hilltop ridge for a couple of seconds longer. But on the unsafe side of it, E-Arena just flexing out once more, flexing their muscles and pushing ever closer to triple digits.
Oh, they basically took the dip from New Happy. They pointed towards Petrichor Road and said, "You're next." There aren't really good lines of sight from the north side to try and remove the top team from the field just yet. Varus' spray comes out into Twisted Minds. The last bullet is going to land on Abatu. But where does Happy strike from? Out in the blue, denying the point. Wasn't able to find an opportunity, wasn't able to find an opening. They go down in 7th place, but Genji sent down to the low ground is still stopped by Na'Vi.
So tough. So difficult to dislodge him from this position. Genji has used everything they have. Utility, smokes, flashbangs, there's nothing left. Feyrist will eventually fall.
Ooh.
Oh, Perfectix had a Panzerfaust, but he just sent it into the smoke. It's the wrong side. Rex still no chance of getting the revive. But he's still alive, and he's still got a little bit of a chance to do something against Twisted Minds, especially now with Petrichor Road disengaging from E-Arena and wrapping over into the east.
Qualitai as well, pushing down to the south. They had the high ground over Rex, but Twisted Minds defended from a few different angles here. But yes, Petrichor Road towards the east side pulls Twisted Minds' attention. A great spray comes out from Blue. Team Fire, but then the follow-up by Petrichor Road.
Как ты лежишь, блядь?
Down. They're dropping left and right. They weren't able to find anything there. Twisted Minds hold, but they are wounded. They are limping. And how can Rex follow up onto this one? How can E-Arena follow up? Because they still have all 4 up.
And they will. You know this is a team. You know this is what they like to do. They sense weakness. They see the knocks in the kill feed. They will not sit idly by. Zizzy is in the vehicle, already on the move over. Rex is putting pressure onto Twisted Minds as they seek the revives.
Not quite as far as we would have thought, but they are taking control of the center of the zone, E-Arena.
They still have nades.
They still have grenades because they haven't had to use them, and they picked them all up for New Happy. They refreshed them from their first victims. Only 4 kills, but they were still able to make it into the late game with all 4 remaining in a game like this. They might be lower on the kill count this time around, but they are getting every single point that they can get, especially if they can convert this one into a chicken dinner. Again, that 10-point bump put them above 100, and it is only match 8 of the final stage.
This may just be the first time that we've seen a little bit of hesitance out of E-Arena. There was an opportunity there. Twisted Minds were 2 knocked. They still had the pressure from Rex as the solo up towards the north. They couldn't fully commit to taking the fight and grabbing the revives, but E-Arena did not overcommit. They don't want to throw the game. Wally Tai are going to try and make the move into their stead.
Move where? I thought that was going to be into Twisted Minds, but no, it's just over the side into the Defilade. Kiss goes down. It's all in the Latte. Finds multiple vehicles to try and hide out amongst. But the grenades are coming through. That's not going to quite be it, but with a lot of damage swinging out and around, you can only imagine it's a matter of time. Rex was eliminated a few moments ago, so Wally Tower at least able to confirm top 3, but 4 versus 4. Twisted Minds with the swing towards the west. Perfectix holding point on the north. And all they have is a small little vehicle to have cover in the center.
Having Latte in that position looks like bad news for E-Arena, but actually he's managed to disengage and wrap in around the back of
Сука,
Twisted
блядь,
Minds.
крыса,
Been
блядь.
forced to leave Lyrics at the back line to defend, to hold off, to anchor this position. But the second that Latte activates, he gets the knock on towards
Ебаные
Perfectix. That's
мудила,
huge
блядь.
news for E-Arena.
Twisted Minds, their attention is pulled towards the east, but then the push coming up from Tigger. Look at that on the side. Look at that on the back angle again. Tigger is trying to find these openings, the surround onto Twisted Minds. The opportunity was given to them by Latte, by Wally Tai. And they are taking every single moment that they can get. They get the win. Chicken dinner goes their way once again, 3rd of the grand final.
Китайцы договорились, блядь, друг с другом. Ты где?
Ебать, как по второй лагать стали после обновы, это пиздец. Ёб твою мать! Он ходить не может, блять, он ползает, зато стреляет нахуй как бог, блять. Еще и стоя, блять. Да-да, нахуй, расскажи, блять.
Здорово, Дим.
Здорово.
Как дела?
Охуительно, блять.
Блядь,
Чуть
ты турик не смотришь?
Нет.
Там пиздец. Ну, блядь, это просто на ЕА прокает зона. Они стоят на краю зоны 4 раза на них. Край. Просто край
Яшки,
зоны.
блять.
Ну, это китайская игра, что сделаешь. Организация это китайская. Я.
Давай на видео поставим. Вань,
Оу.
ты лайк на видео там поставил?
На какое?
На тренировочный полигон. Мне надо, чтобы оно разлетелось, чтобы коммент оставил и лайк поставил.
Ну. Позже.
Ну да, попозже сделаю. Оно начало, блядь, в рейтинг взлетать.
Двух устроить сделаю. Сука, ну, блядь, ну твисы, ну пидоры нахуй, мне больше не висят.
С нами два.
Virtus.pro вообще, блядь, конченые пидоры, блядь. Шлюхи, блядь. Да, они конченые, хуесосы, я их больше начал ненавидеть. У них фул я, блядь, слева нахуй, они идут, блядь, прессовать нахуй твисов, чтобы, блядь, потерять нахуй двоих. Двоих стоит, блядь. Конченые, блядь, ну они конченые. Никуда упали.
Слева где-то он у него.
Один у меня выпадет. На крышу лезет.
А он на крыше?
Да, сюда лез. Не похуй, я в зоне, я могу сидеть тут, блядь, до талого нахуй. Ну кончено, он не уйдет оттуда нахуй. Хуй он прям в мой дом попадает. Ты не проходит? Ты слышишь своего?
В соседнем доме у меня.
Надо нокать как-то, блядь. У меня выпарень. У меня третьи лица пришли. Прям передо мной, блядь. Он конченый или что, блядь?
Тише, тише.
Которого нокнул?
У меня.
У меня бегает на улице. А, нахуй не навелся. Хорош, блин. Еще есть. Хорош, конченый. Добивать. Понял? Добить.
Угу. Угу. Сосать, блядь.
5-0.
Аптек нету?
Есть? Тут этот скинул. Шестерку, берил.
У меня есть. есть.
Иди сюда. Какие лица, говорю, пришли.
Угу.
Это делать нехуй.
Второе ебало половое есть.
Есть.
Бля, там где-то легкую ручку выкинул, сука. Да я ее делал.
У меня есть. А у тебя какая ручка, Немка?
Я вертикалку могу, да.
Давай,
Да.
давай, я могу.
Аук пятерки.
Прям поиграю. Пятерки возьму. Крыс пережили, ебать, охуеть, блядь.
Угу.
Ключа не было. Дроп летит прям недалеко от нас. Выкинь зато где-то на сосновке, на починках. А нет, недалеко. Уши чекнем, нет ничего? Или сразу?
Похуй.
Так, я...
Тихо, тихо, едут.
Справа.
Справа.
Подожди. На второй этаж.
Сзади. Я чекну дроп.
Там чел на метке. 3 шота. 3 шота, голова, 2 тела. Чё? Он на хилках, где можешь. Так, я подлутался, нихуя нет. Приехал один, слышал? Не, легкую надо. Нет. Член 24 возьму.
Убегает.
Я бы этих залутал, у меня нихуя нет. Пойду пешком залутаю, иду. Поконтри его. А где он?
Ушел куда-то сюда.
Ладно. Ни смоков, ни хуя нет.
Что, они там вкусные?
Пойдет.
Глушачка не было?
Не, глушать нет. Глушителя нету. Быстрее аптеки. Распит забрал вроде весь.
О,
Где?
8 лежит.
Не было текстов.
Не, у меня 6 была.
Могу... GGGG, блядь. Конченые китайцы, блядь. Которого я там убил в пятке. Тоже
Ну.
приехал, короче, по китайцу.
Что-то едет гора.
Ты пошел?
Топнулись они. Обо мне не знают.
На твоей метке далеко, нет?
Нет, они уже здесь где-то. Уезжают. Тебе едут.
Я не вижу. их. И нахуй.
Ебать, с тачки высадил.
Я челу дал.
Сзади вывазик.
Я на бустиках. Надо уехать, блин. Жми. Видишь?
Тихо. Тихо, тихо, не топай.
Эх, я даю. Моего доели?
Убили его. А,
Не, моего доели. Конченый.
тварь.
Куда он делся? А, он здесь. сидит.
Слева.
Слышь,
Поехали.
краски да нет, похуй.
Ну пойди, полутайся, полутайся, полутайся. Успеешь.
Где он там?
За деревом. Слева, за деревом. Да.
Аптеку и глушак взять?
Да. Я сейчас
Взял. А, хоть 5 смоков есть. Дроп. Вот он, наверное. А вот он. Ебаный туман, блядь. уже нихуя.
На школу, на басик, типа, упали, я видел.
Угу. Ну, там имба позиция.
Да. Вот он под забором сидит.
Сюда?
Да, играй камни.
Аккуратно, по тебе?
Нет.
Не раскида, нет. Главное уезжать. Я это понимаю. Дальше.
Охуеть. Меня видно было, блядь, он мне ебало вешает со второго этажа. Иди нахуй, блядь! Ну нахуй иди, блядь! Делаешь. Уверенно делаешь. Бля, хуй я когда ДМР-ку возьму, блядь.
Она туда наверх идет, наверное. Куда он стреляет, уебок, блядь?
Со второго этажа.
А, один спрыгнул.
Там каска есть?
Не вижу. Нету вроде.
Нахуй, надо обратно возвращаться.
Смог на под ноги. Хуй его знает их.
Мать ФАМАС трясет, пиздец.
Да. Его стройкой надо делать. Гора есть люди. Че, под школой куда-нибудь?
Уже похуй, да, по-моему?
Хуй его. Слышь, куда не было. Да, у меня внутри есть басик.
Сверху?
Да, вроде да. Тут нокнули.
На крыше два типа.
Угу. Меня тоже нокнули. Дим, ты соло.
Ну, блядь! Сука! Блядь, фул крышу разъебал, блядь, хуесос попадает, блядь. Через первый этаж, прям максимально быстро ты успеешь поднять.
А где тут? Я сейчас потеряюсь.
Да ну в смысле, блядь, на первый этаж забегаешь, поднимаешь, бежишь по коридору и направо.
Не двигайся, меньше двигайся.
Давай, родной, давай. На втором этаже есть типы. Просто на поху пробегай.
Там стой. Не двигайся.
Не двигайся, говорит. Да, слышим вас, пацаны.
Я обратно, наверное, басик пойду. Пошли басик.
Подожди.
Тут лут есть, я у двоих тоже убил. Блять, надо, да, басик.
На крыше.
На крыше над тобой?
Да.
Ой.
Там тип с общаги бежит. Метка.
Не виден. У тебя школа пойдет. Блять, мыши ебаные там на школе, да?
Ну, блядь, с хитом под забором. Сейф. Здесь.
Попадает. Я умер. ББС первый уровень. Понял? В розовых скинах весь. В первом уровне.
У меня показывает 500-й.
Нет, первый уровень. Второй 53-й. Тоже в розовых скинах есть. Ну, это пиздоболы. Первый уровень не может быть скинов физически вроде бы, да? Куда, Дим?
Так, ну я думаю, пора удалять. Хочу подаем школу, нахуй, и все, я поеду.
И удаляешь.
К родителям поеду, наебашусь по ханам. Им газ провелись уже наконец-то вчера, бля. Пизда больше, чем полгода обучения, нахуй. Столько пробегал, я ебал. Ля, свиньи летят, блядь.
Крысы, блядь.
Нахуй, без пощады, блядь.
Это УЗИ, это пиздец. Как попадать? Конечно, попадешь, блядь. Конечно, вы попадете, суки. У вас в рожке не с кем играть, нахуй. Ну, всё. Ладно, все, я делаю.
Давай.
All the way into the.
Plays, but Genji sent down.
I mean, it.
A lot of connected fights already popping off there on the north. New Happy and Wally Tai. But there aren't that many compounds left in the zone. It's one big giant hill in the dead center, and it's going to be fights for it across the edge until they collapse in the middle of it. December 12th, 0 kills for New Happy at the moment, but Long Skur is going to start things off. Can he line up the second onto Latte? Blue Zone Grenade could do the final job there.
Great spray around the side. We'll tag him down just that little bit lower, but the Blue Zone Grenade got caught on the rock. It's not going to spread far enough to fully dislodge Latte from this position, but surely the combined might of New Happy should be enough to take him down, but the amount that he's delaying has bought some time for 4 AM to enter the fray, but Nan is holding it. Xiaopian gets sat down before he can really have any contributions that might favor Latte.
New Happy have yet to really take full control of this northern position, but they've been holding on to their own. Still 4 of them left on up. That's going to be it for Latte. Bobo takes that kill. Volley Tai are eliminated in 10th place, but New Happy still pushing the envelope against 4 AM. They have this mountain to divide them from the rest of the zone. This is an isolated fight. And Zipian is on the ground, bleeded out, needs to get revived. And New Happy could be taking space, but Godvi is holding the point, holding the line, defending this position from the collapse.
On the southern side of the zone, Missing Minds made a push forward. They took out half of E-Arena, and now they're taking a fight up against Bleed as well. They're running a gauntlet,
Oh,
but they're coming out successful.
speaking of E-Arena, they now swing to the north. Could be joining in third-partying this fight, and New Happy, they turn around, they hear the vehicle. This could be an opening for 4 AM, as we see Twisted Minds and Bleed, again, trading blows in the kill feed. But we have to put our attention onto E-Arena. First place. How many points can they get from this round? They only have 1 kill, they have 1 placement in the moment. Can they get a few more to at least keep their points per game from slipping too aggressively?
Twisted Minds have done a ton of work already to close that gap, keep it within arm's reach, and E-Arena are at a numbers disadvantage, in a positional disadvantage against the blue zone, but New Happy might just be starting to take an engagement up against 4 Angry Men. HSM tags Long Skur down to half HP, Godvi to follow up with a grenade, an opening knock, he will get it, Long Skur sat down, E-Arena, the back door is open to try and push forwards.
Great grenade, and it's a great backstab by Tigger. The shots come out. New Happy are falling. Once again, it's E-Arena that are removing the bulls from the round, from the map. Tigger's the last one up, though. Can still go for the revive, but how does 4 AM play this? More grenades fly on in.
Yep, 4 AM want them dead as well. Everyone in the lobby wants to see E-Arena eliminated. This is just how it's gonna have to be. 110 points. And Bobo's pushing forwards. The grenade from Xiaopian will secure
Куда
it.
вас нахуй?
Yes, they've done the damage onto New Happy, but they suddenly became the priority as soon as they revealed themselves in that position. And now we can go back to the fight at hand.
Look at FaZe. FaZe have extended out from their compound. Gustav is anchoring on the west end, while the rest of the team is ready to try and fight for control, clean up the fight here for this hilltop, for this high ground. Godvy's gone down by Gustav. 5 kills for FaZe in the moment. And James pushing up. Could be running into a bit of a crossfire between 4AM and New Happy, but Ming Ming called off guards, caught out in the open. A 6th kill for FaZe.
December 12th now just has to duck down, try and keep out of harm's way as best he can, and just let the fight between FaZe Clan and 4AM play out. Cerberus is still alive as a solo back in the compound, but December 12th, a solo as well, pops up, sits down Xiaopian, but there's too many. Bobo will commit to the push and clean him up before he can do any more damage onto 4AM.
They can get the revive, they can stay up as 3, but FaZe are wrapping around. They see this in the kill feed and they want to take advantage of it. Smokes are coming out, 3 of them by HS. But look at James wrapping around from the low side. It's going to be HS called out, gets some damage in return on effects, but not too much. But Bobo gets a trade, can't go for more than that. 4 Angry Men are eliminated. FaZe in the top 4, TSM, Twisted Mind, Cerberus, all in the top 4, and 3 of them are very, very healthy.
Yeah, all the teams will be well aware that there is a solo out there somewhere, seeing 13 players still standing. That's 3 teams of 4 plus 1. Never mind, Example cleans up Haisaki. He had an opportunity to try and catch Gustav out as he made the push over to the rest of the squad on foot, but never came to fruition. And now with Example picking up that final long-range tag onto Haisaki, it buys a little bit more space for Twisted Minds to try and flex their hold, but they can't because TSM finally making a push out of the compound.
You have to imagine that this game is in FaZe's side to win, because you know that TSM and Twisted Minds, I mean, they're already trading shots back and forth at each other, but it's going to be difficult for those 2 teams to dislodge. And FaZe Clan can easily come in third-party wrap up. They have the high ground advantage. They have the positional, spatial advantage. And TSM, they're currently trying to limit that line of sight from the northern squad, try and find the angles onto Twisted Minds, but a good cover by PUBG stalls that for a brief moment.
Can't really overcommit onto this fight, but TSM, so well known for their well-placed utility, they've just got none of it to work with. But Luke, he's good with Yorks as well. Damn, red dot spray Example can't get out of harm's way and into hard cover quickly enough. And now that opening knock has come through, FaZe start to commit to the push.
All of their frags have been used up. Twisted Minds have more coming back in their direction. The stun's now coming out. Sparking is looking to take the push, but James and the rest of FaZe are wrapping on in. 5 kills for James. 9 for Twisted Minds, 9 for FaZe. Only 2 for TSM, but can they find any more? They're losing positioning, and Kurt has gone down. It is 1 knock across the board. Well, 2 for Twisted Minds, and now Kurt's been confirmed. 3v3, v2 in the moment.
While PUBG remains behind and lines up a big grenade, it gets some damage, but it's not quite enough. Batulins has slipped away. He knows that surviving might just be the most important factor for him and his squad right now, more so than taking the fight, playing the hero. Corexi will do just that for FaZe. Cleans up TSM. A Molotov might just be all it takes. It's a 3-man of Twisted Minds once again in second place to try and take the fight to FaZe.
Already 13 kills for FaZe. They can hit 16 if they can win this game, if they get all the remaining kills under Twisted Minds. Botcher out in the open. Fex is going to knock him down and immediately turns onto Example. They are surrounding Twisted Minds. They're making sure that they have no room to play with. Fex with yet another. PUBG is answering back. But a 1 versus 3. Despite confirming this kill in front of him, is going to be a very difficult path.
Fex was low, but he got the heal off. The grenade flying forwards, but not quite reaching their target. They only have 1 or 2 more to toss out. Somehow, Twisted Minds still has 5. PUBG might have an opportunity, but no, it's Fex when all is said and done with the close range sprays to get the job over the line for FaZe Clan, and once again deny Twisted Minds the winner chicken dinner that might just have put them within touching distance of E-Arena at the top.
Hey, Twisted Minds are so happy with that one. E-Arena, they went out early. They didn't get that many points from this one, despite not getting the chicken dinner. They've done their job as best as they could this time around, but yes, FaZe indeed, chicken dinner for them, a good number of down the hillside, cleaning up all of those kills, stealing that position away, confirming that they had the advantage. A well-played round by them.
Just goes to show the importance of keeping your teammates alive whenever you have the opportunity. Gustav committing himself over into that play, and when New Happy and 4AM did the dirty work and took out E-Arena. The commitment came through. They claimed that spot and the winner chicken dinner on Vikendi.
Хорош. Вин. По фейзе ни себя, ни людям они физически такая команда, нахуй.
James can't get a fist bump, but he can certainly get a chicken dinner as they walk away with a very big win. I don't know if their ref is maybe a fan
Яшки
of
вроде
Science, but that was
плоховато
the
играют,
ultimate
рангель.
ending to a great win for them.
I mean, isn't that just FaZe in a nutshell? James like show up and be like, give me the fist bump. Gustav like, here, I got you, man. Like trying to come in on the side of it.
That was hilarious.
But also, okay, FaZe, respect, big game for them,
Yes.
massive climb on the leaderboard, but we also do need to talk about the overwhelming arc, what's going to be going on.
Бля, взяли бы
Now
топ,
it's
сейчас бы
also
догнали
Twisted
нахуй.
Minds way
Блядь.
closer to the arena.
Listen, we said at the start of this game, we said Twisted Minds is playing consistent PUBG, their style, more than 10 points per game, and they had to come in
Ну,
today
конечно,
with the
блядь.
strategy of we're going to play perfect PUBG.
Если
and the
твисы
arena is gonna
живые
miss us down.
пытаются
When they
со
do,
странах
our
чуть-чуть,
game is going to
конечно,
put us
и
in a position
выиграть
to win
по-любому,
this.
если
That's what happened.
файтинг
E-Arena
будет
went out
друг с
early.
другом.
They went on 8th place, and man, Twisted Minds capitalized. Yes, FaZe, huge come up off of this game, but I think the big winners for me was Twisted Minds.
But it's still pretty decent. I think
Так,
that there's
видео
still, like,
дадим,
10
надо
point
10
посмотреть.
gap.
points, so that's
That is-
doable.
that is definitely doable, provided there is another misstep.
There has to be another one.
Jim?
Okay? And that, my point is that one misstep, which wasn't huge.
Дима.
It was 8th. They still managed to get almost a 15, maybe 20 point gain, or 15 point gain on where they needed to be off of that. That's a big moment for them. Take nothing away from FaZe, however. FaZe came in the clutch. That is going to put them up there into the top 5. And again, 1 or 2 big games, and they're back into the hunt. So maybe
Инструмент появления. Первое, как перемещаться по полигону, нажимаете английскую карту М, наводите мышкой на любую локацию, нажимаете левую кнопку мышки, все, вы переместились почти в любую точку полигона, можно переместиться, чтобы не бегать и не ездить на машине. Многих интересовал этот вопрос, даю вам ответ. Следующее. Инструмент появления. То бишь это вот эта вкладка.
Чё там,
Есть
Вань?
такой баг, когда вы загружаетесь на тренировочный
Подобосрались
полигон.
они, да, чуть-чуть? В
Да,
конце.
да нет, почему их закрыли с двух сторон? Это самое. Ну, если твисы живые, это по-любому любые команды пытаются, ну, убить сначала
Ну,
твисов,
конечно.
потому что твисы, если останутся фулкой.
Что сейчас за карта будет, ты не знаешь?
2 Мирамара. Яшки плохо играют Мирамар. Есть варик. Если вытянут. 10 очков вроде. 11. Лишь бы не затупили нахуй. Так, гайд. Посмотрите.
Вань.
Как с телефона оставить этот сообщение, блядь? А, все нашел. Чего?
and tells me where to go like a dog, but I don't mind that. It fits my style of play.
Well, what I like about James,
Чего?
he's that way because he also has that
Чего ты, Ванька?
expectation for himself.
Exactly.
He will hold himself to
Ничего, я
a
не
ridiculously
Ванька.
high standard, and therefore he's going to hold you to one as well.
Absolutely, and that is when it comes down to finding the right roster, finding the style that works for you. These guys look great, and it is FaZe up on top of the leaderboard in that match. 26 points. Twisted Minds did walk away with that 16 that we mentioned. The
Пизди
need for
16
that
килов настреляли.
all the way down at E Arena, they only got
Что?
4, so that
Пизди
is the
16
blow up
килов
that we've been looking
настреляли.
for.
And let's not forget about Bleed.
Ну
Walking
да.
away with 4
Yeah, good for them.
off of a very
Команда
solid
выскочка,
play coming
блядь.
from Happy. I mean, all of those came off of the Falcons. I
Oh,
believe.
I forgot about that. That was
Yeah.
like salt in the wound. Yikers. All right, totally
11 очков,
110 points for E Arena. Twisted has managed to pull that within 11. That is one more good game for them to have that lead shift. And then FaZe jumps up into third.
Не, в эпишке, блядь, одну игру сыграли. Одну игру сегодня сыграли.
But see,
Всё.
this is where it gets so scary. So Twisted needs to have EA falter just a bit. Twisted can put up a big amount, but EA has had now their falter.
Yeah.
That means that there's more and more pressure for Twisted Minds. They can never mistake. They have got, if they want first, and E Arena just keeps being this consistent,
Right.
they can never falter.
We got some other falters that I want to talk about for a second because we've talked about that misstep. Virtus Pro and Falcons, both of these teams were in a much better position when they got here this morning, Falcons in particular, and it feels like it has been a daisy chain of missteps, particularly for them. What's going on with the Falcons?
Oh, I mean, other than nades?
Other than Nate, right? It's just absolutely brutal. Again, I think getting caught, unfortunately, maybe making a couple of calls to comms don't quite seem to be syncopating the way that they
I
like.
mean, this is a squad that we know whenever we're looking at Falcons, they're very positional heavy, right? They want to make sure that they're getting in the right spot. And this is also a squad I tend to think is, whenever I think about Falcons, they are known for being very innovative on Bikini. So this being their bad map was kind of shocking to me because remember, we've often seen them on the international stage playing from those elevated positions, most notably around the lift.
Yeah, I mean, they climbed up on the gondola.
Yeah.
We heard Poro name it the Falcon's Nest. I think they like being up there. But it's not always going to work for you, right? It's a very rare instance. Now, another team that I think you were talking about in the green a little bit, Petrichor Road, has been just sort of
Not bad, not good,
Right.
just there. But I mean, decent enough on the leaderboard due to how compacted it is. But we haven't seen Ixlep beat Ixlep yet.
Well, we were talking to our producer in the green room and said we did an interview earlier, and it was funny because in their interview, Petrichor said, we never want to be a 7th place team that's just sort of plodding along, and yet that's exactly what they seem to be doing here today. That said, if they know they don't want to be that, there's still 3 games where they can fix it.
I mean, we did see in the group stage there was this aggressive push that they had to make. I'm trying to remember which map it was. I think it was on Erangel where they were having to push across the road. Maybe it was Miramar. And it was just push upon push into push where they managed to pick up a ton of kills. I haven't seen that Petrichor Road yet.
It's
not,
almost
not in final stage. Anyway.
It's almost like they can get to a spot where they can turn their brains off and just go nuts. That's where they really seem to shine. And we'll see as these late games continue. Take a look at some of our other teams floating around the arena. It's time for game number 4. Let's go to it right now with your casters, the Cammy D and Saga.
Let's go on forward into this series. Those puns never get old.
That was a lot of A's that Toffee just used for my name.
That's true.
I like that. Tego! Something like that, right? Well, we're starting ourselves off with a actually pretty nice fight.
Полетели, Вань.
All the way up from Army Base, going down
Да.
towards the southeastern side
Я
of the
буду.
map.
А там остался первородненькая?
RV that likes to go all the way over
Кайф.
to half
Сейчас
Poland
смузи
and have
сожру.
control of the bridge. That's not going to be an option this time around.
Кто там, Вань?
That path is, of course, a little bit east, yes, but Axis' central position is looking pretty good. You can see FaZe already be dropping out of the plane path. They are avoiding Petrichor Road, those hot drops that we saw so often in PGS3. FaZe don't really want that, so instead I believe it's going to be taking GoDog away from Legacy. Perhaps had an agreement with them, but regardless, they're not going to be contested in this position.
Вань, это какой день?
One of the only few teams on the North Island here, but we still have yet to see where Phase 1 sits ourselves. And if we are going to get the counter hot drops from this plane path, I don't think it's going to be the case, though I am keeping my eye down towards the south, where we have TSM, E-Arena, and Legacy floating close to each other.
It's looking like a race for vehicles down between Ohyang and Song Am. Between Legacy and TSM, a bit of congestion on the road to
Tego еще не было, лампа?
Что
ты как?
Твисты с ВП, блять.
Они всегда там лутают. Они, может, договорились, нет?
Не знаю.
На файте.
Kemper finds a vehicle for cover as well. Not done yet.
Yeah, that one looked close. Fighting for vehicles south of this as well, TSM and Legacy. And it's all, I'm not going to say for naught, but it's a little more impactful because of that far north phase 1.
Партнеры этого турнира, видишь?
Over, and you guys can rotate your way over to PUBGesports.com to watch PGS4 multi-view with the 6 teams on your screen, listening to their comms, focusing on their game alone.
Yeah, if you are interested in the path of E-Arena, I suspect they're not going to be on your screen that much on the main feed, considering they couldn't be any further to the southeastern side of the zone. If they
Где? Что?
it's going to be a
ТСМ,
long,
команда, там же
long
тоже есть
way
русский
for them
тип,
to
нет?
rotate
Я не
to
знаю.
get into this zone.
Вроде бы,
That
да.
is just the way they like
А
it.
по-моему нет,
A long way to go, but
ТСМ
first let's
чисто,
hear
по-моему,
from
фул
Team
америкос.
about how things have been going.
Разве?
По-моему, да.
เมื่อวานก็ศึกษาทีมฝั่งตรงข้ามครับว่าเขามีสไตล์การเล่นยังไงก็
ТСМ выиграл групповой этап, а сейчас в
เพื่อ
жопе.
มาเล่นในวันนี้ครับ
Ну да.
ก็ดูที่วงครับว่า
Как не ебало,
ว่า
сука.
เราควรใช้
Рыжая, блядь.
Жирное уебище, блядь, тигр, блядь.
สาเหตุที่
Бля, так угорал сегодня,
ที่
как
เล่น
тигр,
ผม
блядь.
คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นการที่เราสื่อสารได้ชัดเจนครับแล้วก็การที่พวกเราเซฟผู้เล่นไว้ในวงท้ายเพื่อ
Не, будет дропать говно на них, я тебе говорю.
Safe style, it's usually something that when I hear comes out of the team in first place, I'm a little nervous because it's happening less and less because teams are more aware.
Батуля, кстати, стримит.
Early days of PUBG Esports, back in my day,
Как он
when I
может
was just a young
стримить?
strapping lad,
Ну,
so
в смысле,
often
дают же эти,
final
как
round
их,
of
как эта хуйня
tournaments in
называется?
first place,
А,
which
от
is
лица
why
игрока, да?
by doing so, they were
А?
able to open the door
От
for
лица
the
игрока,
tested
да,
teams to
там
overtake
по-русски.
this
Да,
one. That being
да.
said,
Ну,
I
вот
would have said
Батуля
E-Arena
сейчас
had
стримит.
such a strong lead, but now with Twisted Minds, strong performance, even without the win, but the second place.
Только почему-то экземпл, блядь.
Catching up, but as long as
А у него
Подрубил.
Батулина
is
нету
following too
Twitch
aggressive,
канала.
they should be okay here, but
Чё?
no long skirt.
У Батули нету Twitch канала. Ты на
Ты
Твиче?
что, прикалываешься? У него, бля, 85 тысяч фолловеров, бля.
А, да?
Да.
Батулин на Твиче?
Да. Батуля стримит просто, но стрим запустил этот XM.
Exploratory frag grenades out.
О, не хэппи ебашится.
True damage does get a little bit more onto Megvalos, but tagged down himself.
Я бы с хаешкой стоял.
Лопани, они будут подтягиваться, я прям от лица Батули смотрю. Ебать, от лица Батули интересно смотреть.
Лу,
Хочешь скину?
Лупейн. Давай.
Все, пошел, Ло.
Lose able to get the first kill on the board of this round for Twisted Minds.
Все, дай скину.
And while they are still falling apart themselves as Perfectix drops unique.
Ты где скинешь?
No one's coming out of this safely except for
Хорошо, блять, молодцы. Молодцы, молодцы. Бля, вот Perfectix, что он делает? Он просто в опене нахуй встал и все, бля, ему похуй.
Да.
Everyone is fighting over this one compound. Virtus Pro are now in the mix.
Бля, ну им подтягиваться надо, там столько ноков, блять.
In this area, sort of in the middle of nowhere, and Na'Vi are just over to the north as well.
Я с первым стою, да?
За камнем на зеленом? Он уехал.
Он уехал, он уехал.
Ой, перв хорош.
Хорош. Можем мы так и стоять. Мы знаем, что там дальше. Если что, дальше можем мы вверх отжать за New Happy. Либо можем сразу вот сюда вот подъехать на четверку и отжать двойку.
Там только
А нет,
что
двойку? Окей, окей, окей. Давайте тогда свисать. 3-8.
Я бы отхуесосил, если близко.
5 смоков. Нет, хаешек. Иди сюда. Кинул тебе 2 хаешки.
Еще
Блять, ну просто фальконы рассыпались от ВПшек.
Еще мост будут переезжать, еще будет потом один вертолет лететь.
Блять, они в натуре такие пивасы, эти фальконы. Да.
Не, они
Надо?
неплохо отыграли третий ПГС.
Хуя почти что.
Да, все будут лететь.
По фалкону уже
Ебать, аж что с цесами случилось?
Бля.
Я не знаю.
Чел.
Охуеть, просто что с ними случилось?
На двойке. Под нас. Ну, нормально. Ебался, блядь.
Съебался, говорит, кажется, бьется один, блядь.
Там Ваня, там что-то
Ну,
есть.
нормально, говорит, съебался, блядь.
Что-то нихуя не.
Не, на мне еще базука есть, перв. Можно положить ее.
Еще у них инфы нету, что Фалькон там один остался, да?
С фалконом без поддержки.
У тебя тачку не могут сломать?
Типа,
Кажется, надо ее перевести.
Непонятно, Тём.
Может там же, где мою
Вот
поставить?
сюда вот 100% можешь. Или налево ходишь. Ну
Налево.
смотри, можешь гулять.
Давай просто определим опасные стороны, откуда могут сломать тачку.
Да, парни, мы тут фармить пытаемся, типа, просто ходить
Да,
по
да,
мапе.
мы поняли. Да, я ее переставлю. Давай просто мы попробуем засейвить при помощи того вазика.
Вам хуйня.
Фалконы, блядь.
Два фалкона.
Болтата не палос. Они приехали сюда. Значит, еще парашютисты у нас.
Осторожней, перф, у нас в упоре могут
медленно
тут
только
быть
играть.
челы в рельефе.
Там, а что у тебя путилки еще раз?
2-3.
Давай с Макидом.
Да у меня места нет.
А,
У
окей.
меня есть лишние.
Так, это сколько мы убили на Нью-Хэппе?
2-4 у меня.
Один, да, Нью-Хэппе остался перф?
Да.
Вроде один, да.
А в
Я
ЛТХ
одного
вы
вальнул.
добили одного или нет?
Нет.
Окей, то есть 4 в ЛТХ, да, в этом на двойке? Если зона от нас уходит, что можно делать?
Просто медленно играть, я не знаю. Если парашютисты тут стоят, то у нас ротации
Мне
нет.
кажется, парашютисты на двойку они
Либо,
упали в центр
либо
карты.
вот так вот наша база. Если на
Ну,
двойку,
можно,
то
кстати, мы
тогда...
так делали, да. Но там они будут сплитом стоять в этом кемпе вчетвером. Я думаю, что четверку, может, даже они держат всего одним типом, и тремя, например, в двойке стоят.
А где тогда Нью-Хэппи, если они туда уехали?
У них Хэппи же один остался на ногах.
Просто живет где-то.
Да, я думаю, что он просто живет. А где еще фальконов убивали?
Вот тут
На
вот
желтые.
Ага, хорошо.
А, нихуя, Батуля ПКС 3 все-таки брал Европу. Когда еще НЛТ у них был этот.
Ну да, они же
Ну,
выиграли.
нормально в двойку, на самом деле,
Это
проротировался.
уже когда было?
Ну, если нам в ЛТХ дадут этот кемп, то
Ну,
можем
еще старые карты Пега не было,
пушить,
блядь. Так,
драться.
карт не было еще.
Только спина непонятно.
Мне просто кажется, что понял,
Дефолтные карты были тогда.
много челов
без
будет со
ротации.
стороны воды еще играть. Мне кажется, можно подъехать и забрать, даже можно как-то вот так подъехать и встать на двойку, и потом посмотреть, что там
Можем,
подождут.
только вот это непонятно.
Тут
что...
главное,
Вот
понял?
ваши типы куда уехали?
Не
Которые...
знаю, не знаю. Инчон, может, уехали, а может, право уехали куда-то на...
Вот если право,
шипьёрд.
они, скорее всего, тут в ЛТХ расплитали.
Да,
Они
тут стоят,
право.
100% стоят в ЛТХ. Смотри, я думаю, что с двойкой наша основная проблема, нужно подъехать и убедиться, что под нами не сидят челы, потому что они, если они без тачек, они точно там четвером будут гулять.
У Батулина вообще русского чата нет.
Нам надо ближе к
Чё?
ЛТХ держаться,
А, нет,
потому
русский есть
что
в
вот тут
чате. Я
рельеф
думал, нет.
хороший на В.
Я думаю, что нам
Ехать
вазик,
с дровбаем.
вазик берем или нет, перф?
Да, там много лута.
Вертик вызвали. С стороны
Желтые
Юнчона.
вызвали.
Тех-
Ну, в целом
Першик болеет,
толпы на
да?
лут, потому что там будет лут в кемпе.
Да.
Подбегай на тачку, перф.
Я тоже,
Вот
Тём,
тогда.
подходи.
И один
Вы
хуй играет,
на двух
красавчик,
ящиках?
блядь.
Да, на
Мгм.
двух.
Но без него
мы
команда
тогда
не
дробаем.
команда. Так,
Я
лидер.
повезу, Тёма там трахать будет.
Перф это который в синем же, правильно?
Да,
Который там
который
очень
с
важный
капюшоном сидит.
Да, да, да. Он, блядь, на
Ебать, да,
телепузика
да.
Подожди,
сейчас
давай не
похож.
двигаться, давай не двигаться, думать, что делать.
В ЛТХ можем перекрыть нахуй.
Да.
Блять, я б вот
Единица
это...
фришная, нет? Перф, стой тогда здесь, пока отпугивай.
Куда
Единица
Сэмпл пошел, блядь?
парашютист.
Давай
ты
медленно,
можешь
всем,
заехать.
медленно.
Ты можешь заехать типа в сторону Юнчона и посмотреть, что они делают.
Да, я хочу заехать в сторону
В ЛТХ
Юнчона.
на метке все еще стоят.
Да, вот, они двигаются.
Они
Без
про
маршрута.
ВП не знают, да?
Я не знаю, они могли отдать.
А, меня
Нормально?
сверху идут. Не, я нокнус. Не, не нокнус.
Блять,
ВФ
я очень
стоят
сильно
на
хочу,
ВФ.
чтобы, блядь, твисты отхуярили
видел.
ВПшников. Очень
Да,
жестко.
да, да,
Хочешь
да.
слева в
Но
Юнчон?
ВП тоже
Типа,
сильные,
Там
блядь.
парашют должен был вылететь, а он не вылетел.
Да, они могли скипнуть. Я видел Лази, который только что уехал с Юнчона.
Забери мне батут, в кемп отвези. Че пешком бежать?
Давай, отвезу тебя в кемп, да?
Это давай.
уберем.
Короче, я это буду
У нас
делать.
ФРМ, у
Тём,
нас ФРМ
останься
где-то
в
двойка,
кемпе.
да?
Давай с тобой
Дип
развивать.
норм тему говорит про дело, кстати.
Давай. Я тебя тогда здесь дропаю.
Не выходи сейчас.
Осторожнее только с Юнчоном, мы не знаем, кто там и что там.
Там никого вообще не было. Все, весь был первый.
Давай развивать.
Ёбаные заборы. Тут никого нет.
Ты никого не видишь?
Ну, они по мне
Окей,
стреляли.
может новая команда еще приехать. Давай ангар заберем. Ангар такая, да, пока что? Да, ангар нету.
Ебаные заборы,
спрайт
блядь.
уже 10 лет.
Мгм.
Не хэппи убили. ФРМ только что убили не хэппи.
Я к вам.
Давай.
Экземпл это кто? Который в очках?
У нас также подход под эту хуйню. У нас
Нет,
единственное,
который
ты,
слева
не знаю,
верхний
типа,
угол.
Они очень медленно этот сайт
Бач-
Мощник, да? Ебать, я по ему леща дал бы, отвечаю, бля.
Если
А
четвертый
этот,
будет,
экземпл
можем
это вон,
развить,
внизу,
типа,
справа.
туда.
Звонок
Вот.
от ЛТК.
Это другой сайт. это
Подожди,
другой сайт,
экземпл
правильно?
слева вверху или справа внизу?
Справа. Нажал.
Справа
Слева
я говорю,
вверху.
другой сайт, не наш, который мы будем развивать.
А, не
Это
Лу.
Лу, да,
да.
Лу.
Можешь посмотреть на
Я же
четвертку?
говорю, я бы тогда экземпл просто ебало бы разбил.
Яшки убивают,
на
блядь,
желтый.
поинты. Хаммер.
Окей, окей, окей.
Давай со мной, Тём, можешь со мной сыграть?
Давай.
Мы можем просто выбрать сайт, который нам более приятен для файта, я думаю.
Бля, тут хавлы.
Ну,
По
так,
желтой
посидим,
типы
да?
были.
ЛТХ 3. Вот, это вообще в самом центре ебашится сюда.
Тачку пытаются пробить, они тут зонят.
Метки,
У
да,
нас
если у меня
может
стоит.
тип быть.
Да, у нас может быть тип.
Бля, вы же не в зоне, пацаны, ну ебаный в рот. Что они делают?
Поехали сюда, не хвалить.
Информацию собирают.
Я останусь
Двойка
там
дальше
за
сломала.
синькой. Я тут побуду.
У меня бенза уже нету. Прикольный
Меня
ног.
сломали машину, если что, с двойкой, с вашей. Я отступил пока.
Блять, они так спокойно себя ведут, это пиздец. Ебаные яшники.
Тогда развивать надо ВПшек, поджимать их сюда
Это
на
ВП?
четверку. Ну да, там ВП стояли. Но они могли и дальше пройти. Нам могли
Не,
освободить.
Вряд ли они прошли, потому что там пиздец.
На тройке.
Блядь,
Надо
да.
по четверку поджимать.
Там в центре пиздец.
Тройка
пиздец.
может
Блять, они сейчас ебаный в рот, они сейчас
Да не,
будут
они
врываться в
они же в
ВПшек
самом
и
краю.
пизды получат. Почему-то мне так
Бля,
кажется.
помните, что еще левые могут подходить под нас? Давайте с правым развивать все.
Может,
Под будку
Не
и тому
хотелось.
подобное.
нельзя
надо.
как-то на
Блядь,
желтый
они могут
пройти
проиграть
и закрыть
по-простому.
весь низ, не?
ВПшек хороший.
Да, они по одному ездят.
Я
Так
сейчас
уже
могу
играли.
смотреть
Я
вам.
смотрю шар тоже.
С твоего сайда, где они стоят. Где стоят
Вылетел чел на шаре, один. Мы можем делать агрессию, он
Парни,
вылетел один.
прожимайте вот сюда, вот никого там не вижу.
Слышите?
На четверку. Да,
Тройки,
да.
вылетел шар.
Да он вернется сейчас, по идее.
Короче, развивайте, парни, я вам отсюда вижу за синькой. Вот четверка фришная, по четверку можно подъехать и дальше развивать. Чтоб кто-то на рельефе агрессивно стоял, двойки, тройки тоже не вижу.
Я сам выйду.
Я никого поблизости вообще не вижу. Мне кажется, нужно развивать вот сюда, вот в сторону двойки. Слышите?
Да.
Алло, алло. Я без машины, нужно развивать в сторону двойки.
У меня тоже тачка бенз кончил.
Сейчас хилю аптеку, еду к вам.
Давайте.
М3.
Я не понимаю, что
Мне
тут
кажется,
должно
ВП
быть.
уехали справа.
Мне тоже кажется, потому что чел улетел на парашюте.
Могу на двойку заехать?
Да, мне кажется, можно на двойку заехать. Но подожди, Тёма еще посмотрит. Я реально не понимаю, как тут рельефы строятся, поэтому понял. Будь осторожен.
Они
Вы
могли
не
просто
хотите
стать
правый
здесь
сайт
где-то.
законтрить и потом туда уходить?
Там
Правый
никого
сайт
просто.
никого уже.
Ну, может же команда играть.
Какая?
Никто
Тут
не
4
может.
команды уехали.
Только
Они
ВП
что, что
появились.
право играют?
По
Я
РМ
тройку
играют
заберу.
свои
Да не
команды,
знают. они.
наверное.
Я тогда хочу
Иди в окна.
засекурить.
Да хуёво, блядь.
Просто я без машины двигаюсь, как еблан все время. Все, у нас, значит, опасная страна — это вот эти челы слева. Это наши основные враги. ПРМ уже ебут справа там. Наши основные враги на
Возьми
вейпоинте.
тачку.
Давай. Да я уже без тачки двигаюсь с кайфом.
Рельеф на тройке отожмем.
Можно,
Да.
можно, да. Дип, все, давай вчетвером одну сторону играть. Хорошо? Фулл агрессию проявляй в сторону вот этой команды на вейпоинте. Все, забудь про другие сайды вообще. Не думай о альтернативные планы. Я буду продумывать все, что сам. Просто играй с ребятами против левых. Я буду заниматься справа. Ты услышал меня, Дип?
Да, я играю.
Все, хорошо. Все, ПЛД и ФРМ дерутся на двойке.
Надо, чтобы мы
Слева
отжимали
драка.
уже желтый.
Слева
Блядь,
драка, отжимать.
не знают про Вертус.
Вы
Давай.
можете вдвоем с Тёмой левой сыграть перфект, если он боится, я тут сыграю. Я быстрее туда бежать.
Да надо втроем здесь.
Пизда.
Со
Окей,
мной.
окей.
Сейчас спалят.
Похуй направо.
Да.
Иду.
Увидел.
На него погибать.
Увидел.
У меня
Хорошо.
начало на двойке есть.
Окей.
Он его видит? Что, блядь?
Видит, конечно, там разрешение у них, блядь, 360 Гц.
Что? Все, видимо, под скалу будут играть вот так.
Охуеть, у
Надо
них
двойку
проблемы.
отзонить И сыграть против двойки, не?
Да, нам
Надо
нужно
играть
больше.
чисто
надо,
с
да.
У нас тут два,
сверху. Про.
на горе люди, нам тяжело будет играть, надо вот этот сайт выбирать.
Давай.
Им надо ВП убивать. У
Да.
них вариантов нет.
Ну, с этим сайтом... Не знаю, надо подбежать сюда, чтобы понять, как против них закрывать.
Надо, чтобы форем и на вертуспоп.
Двое.
Левых не знает, левых не знает.
Желтый драка.
На двойке двое, они проходят зону, мужики. Я не знаю, кто это. На двойке. Там камни.
Я не вижу вот эту хуйню. Оттуда будут там пушить.
Ну,
Четверку
просто
не
Блять,
вижу.
так страшно играют,
закрыли
это
одну
пизда,
сторону.
да?
У нас есть
Чё?
на двойке стоят.
Страшно играют, говорит, блин. Блять, один ног и все рассыпется.
Ну а что нам тогда делать?
Ну просто медленно играть, наверное. Наш
Право,
чел
право,
подкрутит.
право.
Крутит, справа. Двое.
Гора тут видит.
Я не знаю,
У меня
в какую
бустов
сторону
нет.
Там много, прям, там очень много.
Дай
наверное.
бусты вот тут.
У меня 4 буста, блядь, на 2. На 2.
Кесы проваливают.
Я к перфу иду.
У нас по утилке ровно все. Очень много утила, 3-4.
Гора стреляет.
Короче,
3-4.
2-4.
Кто такой дип?
Ощущение в полном говне. Давайте что-то
Ну нам
придумаем.
только
Это
идти, мы
этот.
же не пойдем на
О.
ХГшку. Или хуй знает.
Мы можем пойти.
Почему
в
они его дип
двойки.
называют?
Не знаю.
Будут какие-то рельефы. Передо мной.
Вертусов оставили. Я-
Дайте на контроль.
Там
от
походу
четверки.
идет ВП форейма это у нас.
Может на
справа.
четверку подъедем? Там есть позиция. От
Ну
горы.
там чел на камне стоит вот тут вот.
Да, я понимаю, я
Давай,
понимаю.
можно,
Давайте
можно.
подъедем, просто
Давай.
все вместе.
Да нет,
все
вообще
Пер,
вместе.
Пер,
нет,
ты не один, один не едь.
Ко мне, ко мне,
Делайте
ко
все
мне.
вместе. По инфе друг друга. Давай, иду.
Блин, ну я с вами.
Поставь точку, куда можно заехать, если ты видишь.
Чё?
Нужно глубже, нужно агрессию
Да, я
делать. Нас там
понимаю.
рассыпут, если мы не будем. Вот, ВП закрыли форема.
Один
У
за
нас
синька
форема.
вообще был.
У нас форемы будут играть, ВП будут играть справа. Го куда-нибудь глубже. Вот здесь неплохо.
ВП за синькой на углу стоит, аккуратно. Желтый где-то. Возможно, ошибаюсь.
Ёбаный в рот, какая же позиция говна?
На сейчас справа ВП
М,
будет
Не
играть.
ходи тут.
А мне-то посрать.
Я знаю, что тебе срать,
Можешь
блядь.
садиться на двойку или
Что
нет?
я
Нахуй.
убираю?
Да, чего?
У нас вот так может подойти. Бля, у нас походу на желтый подходит
Да,
чел.
да,
ВП.
да, я тоже так думаю.
Может задрайваем его нахуй?
Нет, там 4 было, там 4 ВПшника было.
Нет.
А, 4.
Ну, их 4 живо.
А
Я
вот
видел
это на
троих.
камне
Блядь, они
слева, это
подходят.
не
Бля,
игрок?
парни, нажать разжаться, мне кажется.
Вот я тоже, Фред.
Вот они стоят там.
Ну, одна МКшка.
Ну, там было трое.
А куда ты хочешь, перфект?
Сюда, на меня.
Тачку можно переставить? Еще
Я
тачку
пробегаю.
переставить. Также на камне чел. На метке кто-то у них. Я не знаю кто. Им мешают пока что.
Ну, нам только на двойку играть и выпушивать эту залупу перед нами.
На камне идем, на
Перед
тройке.
нами играет.
Да, он все время там стоит.
Чё?
Он там постоянно стоит.
Блять.
Ну, они
Нужно
пиздец
попробовать
зажаты стоят на
тракнуть. Если
тройке.
мы
СВД.
тракнем тройку,
Тут подход очень простой под эту тройку. Подход реально простой под тройку. Мне кажется, если мы
у
ВПшник
нас
закроем, у нас
смоки на
фрисайд
метке.
будет.
Вы можете
Да.
стакнуть с дипом хае на тройку.
Может, вниз.
Гора под нас идет походу. Я хуй знает.
Да-да-да, фейс уже близко.
Он спрыгивал в нашу
Эй,
сторону.
тут ко мне, ко мне, ко мне, ко мне, ко мне, ко мне, ко мне.
Иду.
Чел на метке.
Тихо. Над нами пушит.
Идем.
Ну, блин, что ты делаешь, нахуй? Их сэмпл,
идем.
блядь.
За камушком на желтый.
А он и шаг.
Греет тоже что-то.
Ёб твою.
А, ебут отовсюду нахуй.
Где он?
На желтый прям, проверь желтый.
Добил,
Ты
хорош.
добил, ты добил. Там еще будет.
Да, на тройке камень стоит, на тройке камень стоит.
Может аптеки?
Не знаю.
Я
Ну, он
думаю,
один,
норм
блядь, на
тема.
тройке стоит. Можешь просто посади меня в базик. Посади меня в базик, поехали бы вот эту ЛГшку просто вот сюда вот. А Бен попробует убить чела.
Выйдет сейчас.
Базик загрузи.
Нет.
Забери у меня перф аптеки, если что.
Дай
Не,
мне
не
аптеки.
загружай.
Дай аптеки. Аптеки дай.
Еще с меня.
Играйте просто под красный вей.
Это синька, Дик.
Да, я понимаю.
Против камня перф. Просто на красный вей.
Перф,
И
дай
будешь
один.
кидать аптеки.
Дик
Проходи
долго
один, да.
будет.
Пытайся за двойки добежать и все. Блять, тройку вообще не пикает, нахуй. Можете просто вот в эту хуйню зайти в двойку. Я не знаю, выбери сам, какой нравится больше сайт. Осторожнее, справа сольники могут быть. Вот вообще не пикал все это время, ебан.
Ну, блядь. Про игрок, нахуй, 0 буста,
Чекай
блядь.
эту херню на двойку.
Вот,
можно
услышал,
зайти. Вот останься здесь до конца, не двигайся.
Все,
вообще.
играй нахуй,
Подожди,
нормальная
Димас еще пробежит
позиция.
тебя.
А куда мне? Как он бежал?
Налево, фул налево, у меня там справа
Или можешь
челы.
заехать, у тебя Васик живой, просто заедь на вейпоинт красный.
Не надо ехать, зачем ехать, блядь?
Живой. Нет, там на вейпоинте челы.
Лучше на ноге, чтобы не палиться.
Окей. Посмотри тогда двойку перфу. Забор вот этот. У тебя много аптек, да, Дип?
7.
Перф проходит. Перф, можешь пока здесь зачилиться? Можешь внутрь залезть, чтобы тебе не это... А, я понял, все.
Видел, там одного чела.
Проходи, у тебя сейчас шестая зона.
Слева от заборов пикал.
Сейчас шестая прокнет, Дип. Хиль.
Просто к перфу пробежать, у вас зона.
Хиль.
Точно успел.
Хорош.
Хорош. Справа видишь еще. Сейчас убивать будет пытаться.
Блядь, фейзы. Все.
Добивай ногу.
Блядь. Хорош лоу. Блядь.
Слева.
Да, мужики. Кто вас по киллам?
Один.
Can only hold on for so long.
Я ебал.
Making a move in this direction as
просто
well.
ебал рот.
Taking good knocks onto VP and onto FaZe Clan as well. Looking to sweep the south, control this entire area. They held on to this selection of dips for such a long time. And now's their opportunity to strike. They're so good at tempering their aggression until the opportune moment. And they've identified that this might just be it.
Не, яшки пиздец, они на шаре улетели просто в центр.
Up at 3. And there is LFP still surviving. Na'Vi went to the west, indeed, not sweeping down the south. Likely because of how many teams they know were down here. They want the free space to the north. They don't want to just run into what's already a mosh pit between the European and APAC squads. Standing down, Fakes holding the angle, spots the head of Ibiza, but is, of course, spotted in return.
Trying to play on the
Ой-ой-ой, ебать.
limited in their options to give them cover from both the east and from the north, so they got to commit one way or the other, and they're going to commit straight into the fight up against VP. Fex gets up close onto the wall, but has to back away, hearing the pin pulled out of Nixie's grenade.
On the low ground, it's rough, but they're able to try and avoid the grenades, but can they avoid the peaks? Lucarux! And the grenades from Nixie. Corexi is almost knocked, but at the very least that forces a first aid kit. That is a brief moment of time where it is only Fex holding an angle. But now Corexi is back up into fighting form. Fex has gone down and confirmed 3 versus 1. This should be a straightforward sweep by Virtus.pro. Can Corexi hold on? Smokes in play, hiding behind a rock, and then Lucarux from the opposite side. FaZe are eliminated in 6, but E-Arena are ready to clean it all up.
Yeah, no way out whatsoever for FaZe Clan. Nixie down to such low HP, and Jacob's the solo man from E-Arena to push out, while the rest of the team commit their number to trying to hold the back line as Na'Vi make their push. Diffix finds an angle onto Zizzy, though. That throws a bit of a spanner in the works. Jacob's going to have to fall back and help out his team.
Abiz is looking for an opening. But E-Arena are playing the timing, the pacing, the spacing really, really well. 5 teams left. And if you thought that E-Arena were going to slip from their lead, well, it's not going to be this time around. They have over twice the points, at least, of every team remaining in Tago. And of course, there is still LFB. That's the solo player. That's the 5th team in the mix. Everyone else looking healthy. Can LFB steal something away? 1 or 2 points here or there would make this salvage good enough.
Just absurd, isn't it? The storyline of E-Arena coming into this final stage. Performed,
Пусть лучше, блядь, ВП
everyone
выигрывают.
said outperformed their expectation in PGS 3, but here it's another story altogether. Still 4 alive, still 7 kills on the board, and still pushing towards yet another top 4 finish for today.
And Gen G only having 2 kills, you can tell that Adder has been in a lot of fighting because no helmet, broken vest, LFP does go down, so we get our top 4 podium teams. And yes, it's 4v4, v3, v3. A lot of teams still, a lot of players still left alive. And looking at the spacing by Gen G, it's looking good. Some strong crossfires, but it's not exactly in the zone. But the one thing that they do have going their way is that Virtus.pro will likely have to fight through E-Arena, and then Na'Vi coming in behind that. So we'll see if Gen G, if they can't find
Rex,
the
блядь.
final few kills in
Rex.
Chicken Dinner, but they are going to open it up immediately onto Virtus.pro. They're not going to wait for things to start on the opposite side before they join the party.
Yeah, they might not even get a chance to push anywhere if Rex just keeps headshotting them all down. Ada was trying to get involved, and he too got headshotted. Really having to get off his angle for the time being. Gen G only has a single smoke grenade to work with. There's a big valley for them to try and regroup. It's not looking likely, and they're going to be able to. They've even expended the smoke to even pick up Ada. They might be able to grab the revive, but phase 7 circle closing in. Might at best just be a points denial angle.
Status quo leads Virtus.pro to be the team that needs to make the move. Can't go west because it's Gen G. They can't go to the north because it is both Na'Vi and E-Arena, and no one's giving them the opening knock to allow them to have any access. But they need to fight it out. They got to go for something here. Who's going to give them the opening? Where are they going to choose to go? What information do they have to incentivize one angle or the other? And then Jacob is just proned down, waiting, a trap set for the
Na'Vi
Bears to
может
cross
перестрелять
into his
я.
line of sight.
Gonna have to do something.
Ну да.
Eventually, E-Arena knows
Там
that
кто
only
сосед,
choice
что
is to go
впереди
straight
жестко.
towards them or straight towards Gen G.
Минус
and
Бобик.
the majority of VP have opted for the latter. He spotted out the shoulder of Ada around the tree, but oh, a turnaround on the spray, and Nixie, in combination with his IGL of Ibiza, gets the drop on both of the Ada and Rex, holding high ground for Gen G, and Barpo, last man standing. Very little he can do from this spot.
Top fragger for Erangel. What can you do on Tego? Last man up can perhaps get a revive onto Rex, but Virtus.pro are pushing off the back of this one. Ibiza and Nixie not quite looking at this angle. This is an opening, this is a gap, this is a small level of shroud.
Долго думают, блядь.
Coverage for Virtus.pro, not spotting it out. Ibiza is just getting some picked up gear, but caught on the retreat. Forced down to heal on up, and Gen G with grenades at the ready could even the odds, at least on the west here.
It's a good thing Ibby didn't try and go for one of those grenades immediately. He would have just flushed himself out totally. They had Lukarux trying to hold the back line, but just couldn't find an angle towards it. Ibby's taken down low again, but still gets a chance to heal. Nixie, though, has repositioned himself back over towards the east. The arena still not getting any more active than they absolutely need to. And the push from Na'Vi straight into this death trap that's been the death of so many teams already. The arena finally preparing to spring into action.
Good smokes to block the angle from Gen G. This is going to isolate the fight, and Tigger's going to strike first, but some good damage in return, and then the follow-up frag grenade drops Tigger down very, very low. Ferris wants to collapse on the back of it, spots Jacob. The spray, again, traded through. No one knocked yet. There it is. Na'Vi finally on the left side of the kill feed. 2 down. Lyrics is trying to return fire, but it's all down to Jacob, and E-Arena are eliminated with one final grenade from Lukarux. Virtus.pro, they have come back towards the east. The west didn't have what they wanted, but Na'Vi, are they going to give it up?
Na'Vi just walked into an absolute crossfire setup from E-Arena and still came out ahead. The smoke grenades doing their job to cut off the line of sight. The spray's on point, and Barpo now activating with a 4x spray of his own. Hakatori's grenade will do the rest of the work on towards VP. Barpo still last man standing, but has a chance to revive Rex. They just refuse to go down.
Can they steal this one away from Na'Vi? It's going to set this up into a 2 versus 4 with the revives traded. Both so said, the angle on the north, anchoring the rest of Na'Vi's position in the zone. And a vehicle in play for Barpo. Perhaps trying to look for some send to open things up. With the first, that's going to be out to the blue. Perhaps looking for a deny, but it's not going to happen either way. Oh no, the blue did get the knock there, so that could be 1 point away from Na'Vi, not giving them a chance to catch up as much as they would have wanted to. But a 4 versus 1. Can Rex get a single kill? Soset is isolated. This could be an opportunity. The Molly is going to deal some damage, but Soset's backing away.
Can't take the fight anymore. Not with the Molotov taking him down, but Hakatori from up above will get the final tag, and while it
back and forth, it is going to be Na'Vi with the victory there, but still E-Arena, Virtus.pro, Gen G, good kills and placements across the board to try and mix up the leaderboard as much as they could.
getting the better of E-Arena in that setup that had cost so many the remainder of their games when they tried to make an entrance to the northern side of the Tago hilltop. Treacherous terrain though it was, ĩRENA was not able to hold off against Na'Vi in game number 4.
It was a crazy endgame, but Na'Vi manages to come away with the victory. The Young Guns absolutely playing that clean.
That is such a crazy ending, given the amount of, I guess, aggression that was happening down in the southern parts of that circle. And Na'Vi didn't have an easy rotate out of a lot of those positions due to the high ground vision, most notably by FaZe for so long, and kind of pinned them down. Whenever we look at that, and probably one of the most beautiful emergency pickups I've seen come out from ĩRENA to get into that position, Na'Vi had to play this a lot more quiet than they were wanting to, but then at the later stages, they had so much information to work with.
I mean, they really did play that E pickup perfectly. They landed in that spot. It was essentially a foxhole in the middle of this war zone.
Yeah.
They were able to come out when they needed to try to snipe some kills, but they really just played it low, and because they were surrounded on all sides, like you said, by these high ground teams, they all just kept each other at bay. So it was basically a three-way chess match with the Kings just sitting in the middle waiting for a chance to bounce.
Good performances also coming out from FaZe and Gen.G, yet again making in the later stages of the game. Twisted Mind's going to be still on the hunt to try to catch up. They still have a lot of distance away from everybody else, but ĩRENA is just unrelenting on their points.
Absolutely. I got to say, I got to give love to Virtus Pro in this game. There were multiple times that I thought they might be out of it. They were getting pushed left and right. I think they survived FaZe, then they had to pivot with nowhere to go. They tried to push Gen.G. Ibiza ends up surviving there by himself and holding them off. And then VP goes and tries to get the backstab on ĩRENA. They were active, and that's what you do, right? If you are a team that's like, man, I do not know how to get these guys out of this hole, they had no way into the circle, and they still kept finding ways to find points.
And interact as much as they could. That's why they were bouncing. They were using the high ground for their advantage to see if maybe they could like prod in somewhere to find some type of weakness. They could get a couple of knocks, but it wasn't enough to really allow them to like find a pathing down that hillside, because it's pretty steep right now.
It is, and it's a very tough area to finish out that end game. We're going to give props to ĩRENA. This has been an interesting back and forth. Twisted Minds, they took a step up because ĩRENA went out in 8th the previous game. Then we get to this one, Twisted Minds goes out in 7th, and ĩRENA goes deeper and managed to get some points on the board. It's just back and forth.
Yeah, and if anything, it's almost a reprieve for everybody else that was just trying to get some points right now. It's not just those two teams always in the end game right now. And these last two, at least a couple of other squads have managed to kind of creep their way back in there. So that's why this is really big for like VP, Na'Vi, FaZe, and specific.
I think we're going to see them continue to gain a little bit of ground here. FaZe managing to get themselves in the late game. VP seeming a little bit to get themselves turned on to the right place. Let's take a look at those top 4 teams. ĩRENA still manages to get 7 kills and come out with big points. Gen.G only 3. VP and Na'Vi, though, do put up some big numbers. I will say, I think VP had maybe a bigger struggle in that sort of beginning of the end game to stay in this and put up those numbers, whereas Na'Vi got to play mop-up a few times.
I would say I agree, because VP had to contend, if I remember correctly, that it was the FaZe push on top of them, where FaZe had that high ground, and we're kind of looking where the end game happened at for oh so long. We're really kind of like pinning what was going on with Na'Vi and ĩRENA.
And remember, after that, when they were fighting FaZe, ĩRENA tried to come over. They sent Jacob to try to pick off some kills, and they somehow, while limping, were able to turn and stop them. But the champions, here we go, WWC team stats. Hackatory, the Heartbreaker, has been phenomenal throughout this entire event. But this guy, our MVP, JustDiffX, going to come through and put up a really good game.
And I love this for Na'Vi. We saw that FaZe managed to capitalize off of good performance in the last round. Maybe this will start the momentum rolling for Na'Vi as well, because we saw in the group stages, this is a ridiculously innovative squad, and I love what we see them bringing out. And the circles really haven't allowed them to kind of do what is, I would say, their comfort food and kind of play around a bit more. So now that they're going to probably get a bit more space to work with on the leaderboard. I want to see what they can innovate next time.
To be clear, when you say their comfort mode, you mean like aggressive play, or what is it? What does Na'Vi stand out to you right now? Because I'm trying to figure it out.
It's really the way that they manage to get information and then push off of it.
Gotcha.
It's essentially they will feed information, most notably off of Varist a lot, and into what's going on with Hakatori and allow him to exploit off of that. That seems to be their 1-2 punch that they're regularly bringing out, sometimes with gliders, other types of things along those lines. So it's kind of a team effort to allow the fragging power that we've seen come out from Hakatori.
I like that. Let's take a look at the match. Leaderboard, 19 points go the way of Na'Vi. VP with 13. E-Arena still going to manage to get 11. These guys are just continuously putting up points, but FaZe does get 9. I think that's going to be a good storyboat here as FaZe continues to climb up that wall.
And even whenever we're looking down, it's still Petrichor Road again hanging around that 6th, 7th position, picking up the same amount of points. It's pretty stabilized specifically on the left side of the leaderboard right now.
All right, so E-Arena does get back into another big lead there with 121. Twisted is not letting go. They are still putting up. They come away with points. They're at 104. FaZe, though, I think has been sort of our biggest grinder along with VP here at the back end of the day. And I guess Gen G as well. They've all put up some good numbers.
Is this probably the most consistent top 6 to 7 teams we've seen reoccurring inside of a final stage? It's just constantly E-Arena, Twisted Minds, FaZe VP, Gen G, and some flavor of like Na'Vi coming into there. Oh, Falcons yesterday, I would say. Not so much for today, as it's been way more quiet.
Right. I just think this combo of E-Arena and Twisted Minds consistently getting to this end game. The big difference here is E-Arena has 3 chicken dinners going their way. Wow. Twisted Minds has nothing but seconds and below. So I think that that's where we need System Minds to step in here, take a chicken dinner, get those extra couple of points, because really that is a huge differential. If you think about 3 times 9, or 3 times 3, that's 9 extra points just off of those chicken dinners.
And Twisted Minds, just, I swear, they're always playing so well against somebody that is having the series of their lifetime.
That's true.
And I would love to see Twisted Minds be able to just close it just a bit more, so that way we can have a competition moving into the last day, but also just, I'm loving what's going on with the arena.
But I think that you literally just nailed it. Twisted Minds is always a little bit away from having the best, like they're always having the second best performance of a tournament, and I know that that has to kill Batulin inside. So let's see if they can turn around. We got 2 more games to play. We're gonna head to the grassy pastures. It's gonna be awesome, I promise you that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Really never ends well when you see so many players in the same vehicle, and that is exactly why it is so clean, the shots that came through. Has to make something of it. There's no way Faris was expecting him from behind. He needs to do more, and Flood doubling down, finishing both off as well.
A little bit close to them, but they backed away. Ooh. And now the push has come through. Zibian activates the off angle, and it's
trying to use the shotgun. Heaven finds one. It's now to a 1 versus 1. Heaven has no HP, no ammo. Had to roll out the VSS.
That many 14, so he's going to make good use of them. A lot of headshots coming through there, as well as now the grenades onto Twisted Minds are perfect. The artillery that's getting thrown in, Molotovs, nades, everything you can possibly ask for. And Purdy, of course, will be the one to push his way forward and finish it off.
Dead. Unfortunately, he had to run back in on a single hit point. Wasn't enough. Rex with a FAMAS will get 1, will get 2. Don't. Falcons, please do not do it again. Rex, what is happening?
Да лучше бы игру сделали нахуй, не танцы, блядь. Хундуру.
把你们楼上那个杀了。
来来。
Knock one. We should fight them. Don't kill him. Come.
别急，他这个房后，这个边都在房后，跑过来。
First floor.
One guy second floor.
I got headshot.
I have to heal. I'm in for the floor. They're far side from me. Knock one more. 在1楼了。
这打我那个人。
在1楼。
快上。
掉下来。
翻下了。
在下面帮他们打这边。I'm pushing. Follow me. Come check the fifties. 来了。
营队来了。
打了。
Two guys in the. One more.
Reloading. Not one stairs.
Upstairs.
Last. I'm on fire.
兄弟，有人来了。
Куда? Больше никуда не выходит, пускай. Вообще никуда.
Don't need your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. We out. We out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
A brief moment of weakness, perhaps, by EU United on Vikendi. Does not double up on Tego. They don't get the win, but they are still always in the late game, seemingly picking up the kill points, get the placement points, 121 points on the total leaderboard. It was Navi currently on your screen. You were able to come out with the chicken dinner there, put them in 8th place. But it's just hard, Saga, for me to stop thinking about E-Arena. Their run this final stage has been looking so good.
It really has been, and coming into PGS 3, PGS 4, looking at the regional performances in the Thailand series, looking at their performances in the Thailand qualifiers, you might get away with saying, yeah, this is probably the 3rd best team out of this region. Potentially top 2 in Thailand would have been a safe bet, but certainly not quite to this extent. 121 points as we enter our 11th game of the final stage of PGS 4. This run of form is extremely impressive. You only need to hold on to it for 8 more games.
Just saw Batu from Twisted Minds, a team that for quite a while now, everyone has been saying deserves a win. Currently in 2nd place, can they make the run to overtake E-Arena by the end of the day, if not the end of tomorrow, as we go into our last 2 matches of the day. It's Miramar. Game start. Match 11. 2 left tonight.
You know the battlegrounds. You know the positions. You know the energy levels. You can hear the players screaming behind us, getting ready, getting pumped up to get this game underway. The penultimate match of day number 2. So much riding on the line for all of these teams, particularly those towards the top, but everyone looking to chase as well. That gap that E-Arena had over second place, about 50 points at the start of today. Still, 50 points between themselves and FaZe in third. Massive, but it's Twisted Minds holds
Только,
the
блядь, микрофон
advantage
включил.
when it comes to Miramar.
12.5 points per match, as you can see here. Even though Long Screw does come out
Hey,
with the most
Lyrics looks
damage.
different.
Perfectix, get out of there. There he is. All right, so regardless, yeah, about Twisted Minds, they're only 15 points behind E-Arena. And for a team that, again, everyone says deserves a win at this point, the most consistently second place team of every single global event, it feels like, for like a year and a half, if not longer than that. Oftentimes they find themselves in first place and failing to hold on. So, curious about what's going to happen if they don't have the pressure of maintaining first and they can just come in from a tight second place, but, you know, being the chasers this time around.
You have to wonder, how much does it play on their mind? They could well have won the previous match, but just Na'Vi got the better of them. Just came down to the engagements, to the gunfights. The angles, the positions that E-Arena had, they had every right to win that game, but Na'Vi just outdid them. Such a wonderful story of that team as well. Coming in as young teenagers, playing together in PUBG Lite before making the move over to PC. Playing together before separating off as they came of age to start qualifying for tournaments, and then getting the band back together and picking up winner-winner chicken dinners on the global stage, looking for a second top 4 performance in a row. And you can hear their perspective of how things are going to go for our final 2 matches. If you head on over to PUBGesports.com, check in with Na'Vi, with Twisted Minds, with E-Arena, 3 of the biggest names in the game right now, as well as others from the Chinese region as well, if you are capable of listening, because I can tell you what, those are some of the most hype teams that we have, regardless of their position in the leaderboard.
You know, and I really should just kind of play those VODs on repeat while I'm sleeping, sort of just try and osmosis take in their playstyle. But before we get to that point, as we go into Miramar now, let's hear it from James on FaZe Clan, currently in 3rd place there.
James, from FaZe here, you play very well in these 2 matches and your current points look promising. What adjustment do you think you need to make in your quest for the championship?
I think we need to think a little bit less and do a little bit more. We need to play a little bit more loose and just run around and shoot our guns.
Yeah, smash it for the next game.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes the simple approach is the best. Just shoot your enemies, win your gunfights. Perhaps you might just win a game along the way or 2.
I mean, they've been looking good so far today. A team that has a lot of veteran players on it and is one that, I mean, I've been watching them for years. Very hard to tell which version of them we're going to get into these events, any of these global events, but it's promising to see them currently in 3rd place. It's a 35-point gap between them and Twisted Minds in 2nd, so they're going to have a really strong performance, as well as a bit of a slip by the top 2 if FaZe want to really get into the mix there. But you know what? We still have, 8 rounds left.
Yep.
Dare I say, anything can happen.
It's certainly doable, although if you are a team like Walitai, Cerberus, TSM, some of those names really don't sound like the rest of this sentence should apply to them, but they are closing in on 100 points behind 1st place. So it's looking probably out of the realms of possibility for a team like Cerberus to defend their championship, a team like TSM to reclaim 1st place like they had in the group stages. But still, there is much more to be gained. With a few good games, they can climb their way up the rankings. And that's PGS points, that's prize pool, and that all-important power ranking for events further down the line this year. But unfortunately for them, it's not going to be the championship that they were hoping for after that big group stage performance for TSM.
Yeah. And I was talking to the boys at the start of the day, trying to check on in with them, and they don't think that they played terribly on day number 1. but small mistakes kept them from making what they could out of each and every round, and those small mistakes continue to add on up. And when other teams have momentum, and when we say momentum, usually we talk about just confidence and the freedom to just go for plays without overthinking things, without being scared, that can rack up a lot. Having a fast start is so important, can be so impactful in any of these rounds. The difficulty cannot be overstated of trying to flip your confidence.
It's almost a similar story for both of the teams. They came in extremely confident, TSM and Cerberus, but the second that they start making those aggressive plays here in the final stage, they get punished for it, and maybe that can just play in the back of your mind. Maybe you're not getting as aggressive as you might have expected them to do so, as Cerberus were doing in the PGS3 final stage, where they just were seemingly untouchable. Now, whenever they try and play their game, play their own style, play that aggressive PUBG that everyone came to adore just a couple of weeks ago, it's just not working out the same way. Other teams are responding to it a little bit better, a little bit more structure in their setups, and it's crumbling apart at the seams. But still, there is time to recuperate. They've got one championship underway. There's more tournaments to come for the rest of the year, but right now, E-Arena is focused on the here and now, and Tigger is down to half HP. New Happy not too far away either. And Na'Vi setting up a bridge camp along the eastern road ahead of them. That's what's forced them to turn around.
Not looking good for E-Arena at the start of this Miramar. They fell away from Na'Vi's pressure. Unlucky that New Happy also had just arrived at this ridge. Jacob caught out in the open. Thankfully, there was a wall there to allow him to get back into his vehicle and pull away from this one. E-Arena still all four up. The damage is not permanent. And thankfully, we know how comfortable and confident they are playing in from the edge, but you have to imagine perhaps New Happy won't allow them to continue to maneuver around here that easily. New Happy desperately need points, and this could be an opportunity if they decide to capitalize on it to take a fight without risk of it getting stolen by any other squad.
It's good news that Zizzy is well used to playing as a solo, as he has been pretty much abandoned now to the northern side of the rocks where New Happy have pulled up. There is the long building down in the dip. That's where he's lurking, all by himself. No way for him to regroup with the rest of the squad. It's just going to have to be a boys, if I get breached and die, it is what it is. Just continue on and play without me. But E-Arena, the setups that they've had, it's paramount importance that they have all of the angles covered in the crossfire setup, so losing one player could be massively detrimental to them in the long run.
Virtus.pro setting up shop. Had a couple of good rounds today so far. Currently sitting in 4th place. Passed up by FaZe very recently. And Petrichor Road grouping in. I think we only have a couple of teams left to make it into phase number 1, with Petrichor Road now breaching in through that border. It's going to be Bleed and Gen G, but these last two teams could be running into each other. It's rare that you see teams stop on each other in a situation like this outside of phase number 1, but you never know, and so they are just pulling away, trying to generate some distance between the two of them.
And
О, вот да.
Тараканы пикали меня.
Бля, ну тип на таракане. Кто у нас минус лутает?
Минус Фалкон.
Точно, да?
Бля, сейчас помню, ну вроде Фалкона.
ЦС, нокку и пирожка.
Какой план?
План такой, что мы пока что просто скипаем зону. Единственное, что могу сделать, это агрессивно подъехать куда-то в сторону вот этой ямы. Но я ебаные пятерки ищу себя. Типа...
Насчет плана хуй его знает. Типа можно рискнуть в сторону 4 сразу, если зон туда прокает.
Там чел стрелял.
Откуда?
Когда мы ехали. 4.
Ну там на крыше сосиски он стоит один. Сейчас.
Ага, на говна у меня тоже.
И вот отсюда челы могут сниматься нахуй. Потому что если это Фалкона, они типа вот такое что-то держат.
Бля, соло еблан наверху. Я хочу прям сделать агрессию в сторону 2.
Делай.
Я не... Ну, типа, в этом лесном
Парашют вызывают ЦС.
ЦС откуда? Ну, не, мы там их не достанем, я думаю, никак. Но это хорошо для нас. Мы можем
я вообще могу попытаться. Хочешь?
Тип, он на 3 стоит под деф.
Окей.
Я говорю, можем, если они улетят, мы можем правый низ раскрутить. Просто
давай
двигаться,
только
просто
агрессию
двигаться. Да,
сделай.
да, я сейчас буду выезжать. Просто
Челы в
не
гостах
стоим.
были, поэтому они
Зона...
Охуенно.
Блять, нельзя двигаться. Тессу тоже, наверное, сейчас двигаться
Мы
не будет.
вдвоем будем
Смотрите,
стоять?
летят они. Они вылетели вчетвером. Мне кажется, они сейчас нахуй падут на единицу. 100%, блядь. Они сейчас колят мужики, хотят расхуярить всю мапу. Я бы двойку еще забрал, чтобы выход был. Заберите двойку, хорошо?
Да, я тогда хочу уехать отсюда.
Да, на Асаче мало 20.
Давай я уеду, чтобы ты
Вылетели,
на таракан.
вылетели. На двойку.
Да,
Нет, на таракан.
двойку. Не, на таракан, на таракан.
Очень плохо
Они летят на таракан. Там очень много.
Балконы стоят.
Балконы стоят. Залетели.
Я тачку пересадил.
Мужики, быстро отжать. Нет, на двойке нельзя, на двойке чел. Ну, он там один.
Еще одно.
Ладно, я пока остался тут тогда.
Вы можете вдвоем, съездить вот сюда в бетонку, забрать пикап. И... Уехал, двойка уехала. Можно забирать. Вот это отбирайте вдвоем. Мужики, вот это по вейпоинту. Сначала... Ты ко мне просто едь, просто вот под
У нас
на
одна
позицию
тачка,
ребят.
мы только в
Я
одну
сказал на
позицию
двойке тачку забирайте.
На двойке?
На двойке, вот тут. Они дерутся в этом, как он называется, блядь, кем? Лесной. Следи за киллфитом, тип, только
Она
за киллфитом следи.
пробита.
Она пробита, да? Ну тогда просто можете встать в бетонку.
Можем агрессивно под лесной на тройке, не? Давай посмотрим.
Можете.
Давайте я тоже тогда туда.
Они ебутся прям в бетонке. Они прям в бетонке
тогда
ебутся.
бетонку законфирмить нашу прямо.
Окей.
Нет, играйте туда. Не бойтесь вообще, ничего не бойтесь. Я все смотрю. Только играйте правее.
Много лайф могут закрутить, не?
Вот сюда,
правее
лучше играть. Вас будет же ебать эти мои фальконы, если вы выйдете в опен. Они дерутся прям в бетонке и над бетонкой. Вот так вот я показываю. Вот так вот дерутся. Вот тачку просто могут сломать.
Не, не могут.
Тип, хотя бы ты тогда закрути. Нужно это файт нафильмить.
Два, типа, не хэппи трахнули.
На метке внизу. За деревом.
На метке еще килл стоит. Прям
не были. Что-то.
Коммититесь, Дип, возьми угол, возьми. Вот
Может, хаешка добить, не знаю.
Full этот файт, коммититесь.
Да, только я на басике вонючем.
А коммитимся, типа?
Да, вы коммититесь в этот файт. Просто ебите этих лохов. Не бойтесь, ничего, блядь. Хорош. Фаул 3 максимум, да? New Happy сколько максимум?
2.
Хорошо. 3-2 максимум людей.
Ну не по праву
Подожди,
меня пройти
4
могут.
человека сдохло всего.
CS 2 New Happy и 1 Howl.
Бля, я боюсь тут играть.
Меня сзади кто-то ебет. Дип, аккуратно.
Да-да-да, у нас уже в центере вроде и чилы будут, посмотри.
Я посмотрю Центеру.
Я за камнем видел вроде.
Да, вижу на двойке в Центере.
Все, надо скипать.
Давайте, хорошо, можете скипать тогда. Играйте тогда бетонку плюс вот эту, вот так вот вставайте по вейпоинту. Один ко мне, Дип, ты ко мне вставай.
Честно, кстати, эти челы походу отдали.
Так они, у них одна тачка.
Да, но тут не хэппи в кемпе походу крысит, или я хуй знаю.
Как ты хочешь с бетонкой вместе стать?
Они встанут на бетонку, а ты
Сама
под меня на двойку.
сзади.
Я без хэ.
Я посмотрю.
Я дал одну. Я хочу залутать бетонку пока. Мы же норм?
Мы заебись.
Зон
у нас АЦС...
В левый зон мы можем... Давайте, поехали.
Давай, согласен. Ну, вот эти челы с интеры, типа, будут нас перегонять,
Да, я понимаю.
Я тоже еду быстро.
А куда мы хотим играть?
Просто в сторону оранжа, в сторону... У нас, блядь, нахуя харшифтов сюда было.
Да. У нас опасность это с интера, в первую очередь.
А мы по дороге нормально проедем?
Да, по дороге нормально проедем. Правее, может, только есть.
Тачка слева от меня едет.
Ой, бля.
Да, вижу. Типа, она тоже едет туда же. Они заезжают,
я хочу дальше.
Это ребята проедут?
Ну, да.
Уже в оранжах есть.
Да, в оранж заехал этот чел. Я на буху пока заезжаю. Мужики, если что, едете синювые.
Я дальше прочекиваю этот ангар вонючий.
Я чекаю этот ангар.
Только, парни, продумайте.
Я не вижу пока никого, брат. Есть. Заезжайте, спиной занимайтесь, мужики. Бро, можем просто будку забрать.
А где нам встать?
Подожди.
Другую часть карты.
Могу вернуться, хотя не важно.
Мужики, просто перезагрузка, засейвите тачку.
Да, какие позиции мы хотим?
У нас
Если мы
нужно
уже
посмотреть
здесь
двойку,
остались.
будку.
Парни, тачка, тройка. Фул забитая. Колеса.
Сейчас
Ебать, как? Их нельзя подъехать убить как-то?
Можно.
Не знаю.
Можно.
Бери руль.
Давай попробуем.
Давайте, я буду
буду
смотреть, я буду смотреть. тогда.
Нет, вы тут, надо вдвоем ехать.
Они едут вдвоем, бро.
Вот сюда можно пробежать. На желтую делай.
Давай, делай.
Они уже вверх поднимаются, парни.
Похуй,
Они сейчас вот тут будут втроем.
Еби лохов.
Нет, они вам тачку сломают, парни. Не ебите лохов. Последний вот тут вот, но... у вас
Засейви тачку.
все на четверке. Они вдвоем там, а и двое пика будет пикать на четверке, парни. Осторожно, пика четверка.
Я
Одного
почекаю, я
нокнули.
посмотрю им пик. Смокируйте просто. Хорош. Тип, просто дай
Просто
ебать
бьем.
всех и все.
Подожди. Смока.
Я не смотрю. Я еду.
Ты можешь Джимза пока забрать?
Да, я пытаюсь.
Давай, забери Джимза или бочку.
Похилься.
В тарканах, блядь, никого нету.
Мне кажется, вот тут следи за ангаром. У нас там...
Я посмотрю в ангар.
Типа, может
Подъезжать,
быть,
да,
сплит.
мужики на меня? Да. Заезжать туда сюда. Можете пятерок дать? У меня 50 пятерок на две пушки.
Не, мне мало.
Дайте аптеку.
Хотел спускаться
Оранжа
на пикапе.
Вот тут, блядь, да ебаный сплит вот такой вот. Я
Да,
почему-то
скорее
жопу
всего,
ставлю.
Да, скорее всего. Что делать? Главное продумать опасные стороны. Продумывай опасные стороны. Все, у нас все будет выжиматься, мы просто с этого сайда будем играть.
Возьмите будку.
Оранж
Ты
уже
хочешь
что
синюю
хотят
забрать?
На
сделать?
тройку, да.
На мать.
Мне оператор убил?
Нет, перо в говне.
Хорошо.
Блин, но у меня времени нету, я пытаюсь
Да,
пикнуть сейчас.
оставайся просто
На
там.
пятерок на одну обойму на МКшке.
Смотрите мне, еду синюю. Мужики, все, играем против оранжа.
Я могу поправо под них поджать прям.
Бро,
Вот
просто,
сюда вот
блядь,
подъем.
ждем, когда они умрут. Мы забрали фул углы. Просто
Я
займи
ближе,
Джимса
Пеп.
ебаного.
Нельзя нокаться сейчас.
Да, я понимаю. Пожалуйста, просто развиваем, как убивать их.
Да, только мне уехать сюда надо.
И потом уедешь вот так вот, что тебе помешает. Вот так по
Ладно,
вейпоинту.
окей.
На аптеках поживешь. Налево бежите. Бокс
За
пробежал.
тачкой надо.
На тачках едут в батуты, скорее всего.
Да-да, хаешки.
Да, батут. Один остался.
Я еду.
Поехали на рельеф.
У нас перо еще сзади играет. Тём, перо стали сверху, надо мной.
Да, ты знал. Можем скипнуть?
Дайте ящиком же здесь. Можно им колеса сломать, мужики. На мне двое меню бегают. Хорошо, на мне нок один.
Что пикапил? Дип, ты кемп выход сможешь? Где он?
Сейчас я его
За
убью.
смоком, за
Подождите.
смоком. Давай. За смоком, мужики, за смоком. Трец его за смоком. Я еще один, может быть, дип.
Нет,
Нет,
трое.
нет, один.
Окей, тогда вот видишь их.
Чё там он нокнул?
Проходи в зону просто. Ты проедешь и убьешь их. Смотрите, мужики, они
По
выезжают.
мне тараканы сюда засунь.
Нормально. Просто проезжай под камни и смотри, ребят.
Двумя. С тремя. Побил.
Лучше. Все. Дип, займись левыми.
Тараканы.
Мужики, у вас пятерок вообще нету. если
Вообще
что.
ноль. Я на
Вообще
береге
вот
вон.
0-0. Дип, ты можешь им дать пятерки или у тебя нет?
У меня семерки он же.
Ебать.
Я коряк.
Таракан,
Окей,
посмотри,
вверх на коряк. Вы можете развивать просто под эту сторону, можно тут залутать челов еще, по идее. Развивайте
Да,
двойку,
тихо.
убивайте,
Пирожники бегут.
Да, да,
Повтори.
да.
Тогда меня надо играть.
Да? Думаю, да. Посмотри,
Нельзя
пока-
зажиматься для рейса.
Не надо зажиматься, вы просто можете дальше идти убивать типов.
У нас спина, по дорогу стал, я не знаю кто.
Ну, кемп, наверное, просто. Бро, не бойся спину вообще.
Он прям по дорогу,
Ну,
он...
просто возьми просто
и
левый
один
сайд.
на метке, один на четверке. Блять.
Еще раз.
Где перо?
Скорее всего, где-то
Сверху.
перед вами, на
Тройка
тройке.
бежит вниз налево.
У вас все охуенно, ваша зона. У Тёмы охуенный фланг. Тёма будет ебать. Заметьте, типа, нижний сайт. Не дайте подойти Леванта. и у вас все супер охуенно.
В том-то и дело, что тяжело не дать Леванта подойти.
Ко мне
Легко,
может один
легко.
сместиться? Мы закроем верх, и у нас будет фри эта игра.
Иди, Дипа, то я с коряком.
Если только можете пройти, если нет, то нет.
Да, могут. Тут вообще очень легко. Ничего делать даже не надо, блядь.
А куда
То-
пройти?
Прям на меня.
А, они, может,
Если
на
они-
метку?
Ну смотри сам. Просто
Я
если
думаю.
они на меня побегут, они будут толпой.
Проходи, да, сюда. Подметку ближе к тройке. Право, под левых это подставляешь. Там могут челы выйти с двойки, тебя уебать. Играй просто через... Что я тебе говорю? Я всю вижу карту. Вот занимаешь этот рельеф. Тут супер охуенно. Видишь, тебя ничего убить не может. Ты просто в кайфе. Все. Перфектно можно сюда стянуть даже к вам. Правильно?
Ну, если челы
Не,
выйдут
ну,
отсюда...
ну они если берут...
Смотри от меня бы
да.
тут, давай звук мне, потому что у меня звук хуже.
Я смотрю, да. Но он если побежит, его дип убьет, бро. Это вообще не бай.
У тебя
А,
нет
да?
никого, да, я тут...
А где залутать, блядь?
А хуй его знает.
Он пикает с тройки, но они там играть и будут.
Ладно, похуй, на эрке двигайся. Убьёшь.
Пробегает один. Одного нокнул.
Их трое всего, максимум.
Добей, Тём, на метка.
Добивай. Добивай. Ног добивай.
Он не добил.
Нормально,
Он
ползи. Перш, ты можешь забрать его.
Не-не-не, я.
Ты можешь сразу резать. Они у них к ним в кемп вроде выходил кто-то. Возможно, с кемпа выходил.
Всё, только рез и тут прям нигде, никуда не увози, ничего не делай.
Да, но он при своей может бежать кто-то из них.
Перф, посмотри, пожалуйста, в сторону цессов. Не, никто не бежит. Перф это видит вам. Всё, можете спокойно забирать позицию, также их ебать. Проходи.
У них драка,
Дип, не
походу.
бойся, тебе перф
Да,
смотрит.
тут я играю как играю, не мешай мне.
Я имею в
в
виду,
этом
что я
плане.
вижу от лица перфекта, что он тебя все видит. Не бойся этого. У них файт начинается, возможно, в самом кемпе. Хотя, кстати, по идее, перф не надо мешать им, потому что они будут леванты ебать тебя.
Я тачку завожу.
Я
Ко
боюсь,
мне
перф, что они могут
Это
по двойку, но
леванты и
они-
есть, бро.
А, это леванты есть?
Да.
Тогда бойся, что они с двойки могут пикнуть. Мне кажется, это самая опасная позиция, понял, с КГшкой.
Дерутся, что-то слева.
Берутся, да. Может поджать эту хуйню?
Непонятно, что
Втроём.
там.
Там
Вот,
КГшка,
щас
да, надо.
можно.
Да, и там пирожки. Да. Перф.
Сколько перо?
К ним. Пирожек всего 3 максимум. Вы одного убили. Только вместе подойдите. Все, это ваша ХГшка будет ебанутая. Ждите, еще нока будет. Перо нока одного еще. Нас убили. Все, перо в один ноке.
Давай пикать, Тём. Они на рельефах. Зачекал.
Есть КГшка?
Да, вижу.
Давай, ну одна,
У
нет.
вас зона, вы зоной закроете.
Хреном.
Перф, я думаю, что тех ребятам надо, вы вместе закроете.
Можем отойти
Можем
вообще
встать?
отсюда.
Ладно, мы могли добить же.
Мужики, вы из зоны их закроете. И у
Ну,
вас
я
будет
имею
фулл
в виду,
ХГшка ваша.
Может отсюда закрыть их как
Да,
раз?
Я
отсюда,
ушел, я
отсюда.
ушел.
Ты хочешь из зоны их
Четверки.
закрыть? Я понял.
Да. Сюда
Окей,
стакнуть утилку могут.
Окей, согл. Им играть только куда-то в сторону двойки.
Леванты может нам помешать.
Да, Леванты
Да,
это реально
хуйня.
может быть проблема. И вам потом
Пиздецкая
играть еще
проблема.
по вот
Да,
этому рельефу.
да. Вот это проблема.
Бля, короче, займитесь двумя просто этими пирожниками.
Да,
Бейте этих
один
пирожников.
смотрите лево.
Да.
Я ушел там.
Да.
Если вы не будете ловить ноки, скорее всего, Леванты под вас даже не попытаются подходить. Только откинь смог от пера, чтобы они тебя не нокали.
Я надеюсь, их пешком не пустят, блядь, по левой.
Покажи, что ты здесь, перв. Хорошо. Что, перв занимается. Так перв вообще ничего не грозит. Но ты прям перед собой видишь, что перв. Типа никто еще не поджал. У тебя нет смока откинуть от перо?
Тём, ты можешь вот это смотреть, чтобы они тут не
Да, вот
спустились?
это. Отлично, хорош.
Да, я это смотрю.
То, и дави этот Леванты,
Они
чтобы
спустятся, потому что у них фул право снят. И они, возможно, вообще просто вот так пойдут драться. Да, они идут, по-моему,
Да,
в
тогда
окна.
вставайте к перфу закрывать Леванты ебаные.
Один
Давайте
чай
Чай перееду, чай
Один
перееду. Я прожму зетку.
Вон, они играют перф. Мирада, видишь, справа. Проехала. У них начинается файт. Бля, ебать, тебе, блядь, сюда миник.
А нельзя лево пойти фармить
Слышите?
там?
Вот так вот сыграли типа и по вейпоинту на двойку. Это Леванты. Вам отдают весь граунд. Пирожки
Да,
ебутся
может
с фальконами.
пирожек пойти фармить. Я тебе тачку
Особо
оставил?
никак.
У тебя есть?
Как мы пойдем?
Тачку
Особо
как не
никак.
проеби.
Нокнул, тройку.
Это GG у вас, кемпа. Видишь, еще чел вроде, это враги, или
Да, я
это
вижу.
тиммейты?
Это враги, это враги.
Это враги. Ебать! Кайф.
Второму дал шот.
У вас по вейпоинту вот так две разные команды. Дим,
Прям
ты
может
понял?
сыграть туда?
Тут можно
Прям на
подходить.
изи.
Тут
Хотим?
можно подходить. Давай.
Блять.
Мне смоки надо будет просто.
Да, просто смотри этого чела.
Нет.
У вас у обоих нет?
Он там, по идее, в зоне. Вот. Он не в зоне, в камне. Мы ему дали шоты. Его
Его
нокнули?
нокнули?
Не,
Не его.
Его? Шрипер. Ползи
Первого
просто.
еще одного убили.
Еще смог ближе дать. Нормально. Смог еще, дай один. Вы вернетесь на рельеф. Ваша зона. Вам нужно просто будет вот сюда сыграть. На вейпоинт
Да,
красный.
он хаеник не тут тем четверка чел был.
А, нет,
Нет.
Надо обратно идти, перфект. Я жду тебя. И вместе побежим по синьке.
А тут первого еще одного убили.
Да,
Если чё.
Готов? Раз, два, три.
Пикап засейвите. Подвезите. На красный вейпоинт сыграйте. А, у вас тут рельеф есть в упоре. Вот сюда, прям на тему сейчас можно заехать.
Да.
И
Только
играть,
на зетке.
но нужно
Будка
играть против
может.
левых, мне кажется. Поняли? Просто, чтобы левые под вас не шли. Задушите Джинджи до последнего просто. Всё, у Тёмы заебись тут. У Тёмы прям
Чел
кайф.
по четверка лежит.
Ну, все, он выжимается. Станьте еще одним челом к Тёме. Кто там с другуном? Бля, у тебя, если что, единственного чела, у которого есть пушка, блядь.
Первого.
Право никого нет на желтой?
Да, закрыли только что.
Бля, он вообще вот сюда вот может пройти легко.
Да, ты можешь пройти сам.
Короче,
ближе к
ТСМ
Тёме.
с дороги, водки у нас хуй знает кто.
Будут какие-то челы валяются. У вас Джинджи, ТСМ и что-то в будке, правильно?
Да. Нам
Джинджи,
лево
у вас,
фармить.
у вас типа трое, 7 плюс 4 ТСМ это 11, у вас 4 чела может быть.
У нас
в будке сидит.
чел на метку раскручивает.
ТСМ.
По нему стреляют в будке. Они в будке прям сидят. У вас нет ни плюшек, ничего нет
молик,
вообще.
только молик есть.
Хаешка есть одна.
Хаеш.
Рэпер. Джинджи только
Нам надо влево куда-то играть, парни.
Да, вот здесь рельеф.
Метка, чел.
Застакаем хае?
Давайте,
У меня нет
застакайте,
хае.
играйте.
Давай.
Под пальмой.
Ваши
И правый
слева
сейчас поднимать будет.
правый будет смотреть, да.
На кольцах ты нокнешь сейчас. Не долетел.
Голову дал право.
Вам нужно влево сыграть.
Я понимаю, я под правым
Можем-
каверю, парни.
Да, правый не... Можно полежать, если что.
Да, просто вы инициативу отдаете.
Просто распикивать его надо.
Они просто сейчас пойдут под вас пушить Джинджи. ТСМ раскрутили, видишь, и оставили вас одних Джинджи. У вас будка и ТСМ.
Четверку, блять, четверку выдавливаться или нет, нахуй?
А он ушел, нет?
Гондонство.
Я отправил, давайте.
Хае?
Да. От правых сейвитесь. Это в будке ВП. Все, у вас под вами Джинджи.
Флэш.
Дальний идут. Сейчас, это я нокнул.
Окей, переживите.
Ближний сейчас будет.
Я хилюсь. Я посмотри.
Я без аптек.
Дайте аптеку первый.
Я дам.
Вам очень нужно их убить,
запросил.
мужики. Вам очень нужно их убить.
Я
Право поставляешь.
Есть смог?
Нет, вообще нет.
Щит ломают, бро.
Я буду пикать. Надо пикать слева. Я побежал.
Они убегают.
Справа есть камень. Вот здесь вот есть камень. Да, на тройке.
ТСМ, может, выжимаются, я не знаю, по зоне. По сути, они на двойке будут.
Они выжимаются.
ТСМ справа убить. За камнем.
Да, 3 нока с разных сторон.
ТСМ один нок.
Можешь пробежать вниз, нет? НТ.
Бля, я в ахуе. Если бы у вас были, блядь, дымы.
Just killed 3 players from 3 different teams with about 5 bullets. And he's just done it again, sparking!
The Thunder from Brazil is entering the lobby now. 7 kills for TSM. into Gen G's court, especially with the blue overtaking Sparking. The opponents can't kill him, but the blues sure can.
Oh, and that nade might just be good. Oh, it goes a little too far underneath the vehicle. Alo, it's about to explode. You're going to have to move. He doesn't. And Nixie will claim the credit. Not before Rex takes him out completely. Luke trying to grab the revive. Gen G, they sense the opportunity. They're pushing for this.
They have to. They know that there's a res to happen, and they're not going to give it the chance. 3-kill victory to Gen G, but it is a victory nonetheless.
One that's much needed. They were one of the teams that was somewhere in and around that mid-pack. They need a couple of good games if they want any sort of realistic chance to have a miraculous run on the final day of the final stage of PGS4. They've still got a long way to go, but they've taken steps in the right direction here.
Twisted Minds should be a lot closer, if not overtaking E-Arena in the first place position after that round, but TSM, second place, good number of kills. A really good turnaround for them coming into this round in 14th place. There is still a lot to play for on the leaderboard. There's only one Miramar left today, but with how tight the points are in that middle section, so much can still change.
Welcome back. We thought for a moment it might be the thrill from Brazil, but instead, it's Gen G that cleans up and gets a nice win to wrap up this match.
Just more of the usual suspects, right?
Yes,
It's
sir.
just time and time again. We are starting to see more variants, though. TSM, like you were talking about. Sparking putting on one hell of a show at the end of the
Brilliant. It really was. I mean, I don't know why. If I ever see him without a Dragonov again, I may complain because he was hitting those headshots perfectly every single time.
The bounce on the rock, one side, the other was just so
But like that,
clean.
but that's where that gun excels, right? In
Yeah.
that sort of mid-range end-game circle, you got one of those strapped to your back, and you already have a massive advantage with that headshot damage, and he capitalized on it. Now, as we move into the late game here, we saw a lot of teams picking up points, but all that is because E-Arena went out in 15th place and left the doors open.
And you can see a lot of the firefighting is going to be going on around the centralized position of VP. Twisted Minds couldn't quite find a way to navigate in and get in there cleanly, mostly due to the repositionings that were happening on the eastern and western sides around them. TSM doing a good job controlling one of those flanks, Gen G on the other one. And while Twisted did manage to pick up a lot of points, it just feels like it's such a mental game for Twisted right now. They just have got to just be so freaking consistent and continue to pray E-Arena falls.
Well, yeah, but it's not even pray. I think they have to be consistent, but they are one of the most consistent teams in PUBG history, with the exception of the group stages. That said, I think E-Arena, we've talked about the consistency, but they are running at such a high level that we've seen these like occasional stumbles. And that's what I love, is that we are watching a chess match with these two teams.
The occasional stumbles haven't really happened until these last two games. And so that's just putting more of an onus onto really Twisted Minds and going, okay, this is our opportunity, but every single time the opportunity is there, they're creeping and it's closing and it's closing, and it's great that it's closing, but that's why I'm saying this is a very mentally strong squad, but at the same time, it's got to be draining in some fashion.
Is it a troublesome burden? Yes. However, E-Arena, like this is the strategy that Batulin employs, right? This idea that we will be consistency, we will be perfection, and we will get you when you stumble.
It's pretty much both teams running the exact same strategy of not aiming for the highest of high kill counts, but just trying to always make it in the later stage, read the circles very well, understand the dynamics in the meta on how everything's going to function in together, and just be as consistent as freaking possible.
So I think this is why it works. E-Arena has made a lot of choices in this section so far because they got out in front early. They've made some risks. They've done like some of their drops. Like, you know what, if it doesn't go well, it doesn't matter because we've got a game or two where we can keep the lead. But if it works, boom, right? Like that drop into the middle and Tego. Now that it is that close with Twisted Minds showing we will not let up the gas. I think maybe that if they make some choices where it's like, I don't know if I want to make this risk, that could be the hole that Twisted Minds needs.
And if anything, it puts more pressure back onto E-Arena, whereas they did have that play space beforehand. they're the newer kid on the block, and therefore they have to deal with that stress much more efficiently because sure, it's nice to come in. You can always go, oh, well, you know, if we don't get first, it's not the worst thing. But this is a squad that was performing so well. They want it now. You can see that they're hungry. The whole squad has leveled up in all of the games leading into the last two of them.
It is, and it's fascinating. Twisted Minds has so many second places that anyone who's in front of them has to sort of learn to live with that mental anguish of, you know, that they're going to be there behind me chasing.
It's just, what is that, the meme with Undertaker just staring down like somebody from back behind?
Yes.
That is just every single event, and it's always Twisted Minds. See, TSM putting up a great game for themselves, getting 1,900 damage as well as 8 kills. Gen G couldn't find the kills in the same fashion, but still getting decent damage. And Twisted Minds, the topic of all of the conversations and chat everywhere right now in between us, man.
That meme was a perfect reference for exactly what's happening right now. I was trying to go over the green room, and I was like, what is it? What's the name for that thing that's hunting you from behind, trying to kill you when you're not paying attention?
I may or may not have been making like 5 memes during the last
Solid work,
so.
solid work. Anyway.
Trying to be prepared for whatever happens next.
So they did a great job. Let's take a look at the WWCD team stats coming out from Gen G. Tozy's going to get 2. Rex is going to get 1. I mean, Barpo and Adder have been great in other games. And I know what I'm about to do is I'm about to show you the man of the match who has 500 damage and 2 kills. But sometimes it just is like that.
Yeah.
It's got to come from the winning team.
All of the chaos in the circle was in the south and the east. We saw just like a lot of hero plays, even just backstabs. It was Zipian. We saw just get those shots onto Legacy to take them down with my last breath. I stab at the kind of moments. And so on the counterpoint to that, Gen G just kind of, I guess, Falcons it for a bit and just had control over a much simpler section of the map and just didn't have to pump out the same amount of damage.
I mean, they did what they had to do. They locked down the area. They played ring around the Tozy. They made sure nobody could push them. At the end of the day, they come out with the chicken dinner. Now, the opposite of that, we saw TSM get in there and throw some fisticuffs, right? Sparking. If I had to name a man of the match simply on some of those raw skill shots we saw, perhaps I would go in that direction. But is that enough now is my question to spark the return of TSM on this leaderboard?
With as compacted as the leaderboard is, it's a start.
It's a start.
And I would love, you could say that. Yes, this could be the sparking catalyst for it.
I like that. We'll see. It definitely was not a low for them. It was a high for them to come away with 14 points in that game. Gen G with 13. And again, you said Twisted is always gaining whenever E-Arena is losing. BP also up there yet again.
Petrichor Road yet again in this area. Falcons finding themselves 6 as well, so the leaderboard's going to stay really consistent over there on that left side.
Yeah, and so 122, the gap is closing, but I will take a moment to look at the SAD. What is going on? New Happy and Cerberus in particular.
Bro.
Right?
Ming Ming and Himas. What happened?
It doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, it does. No, it doesn't.
I put him on my fantasy team. That's the only thing I can think of.
Oh, yeah, so it's the Matt curse. No,
I don't know. How do I always pick the wrong people?
At this point, I'm starting to believe it. Perhaps it is you that is ruining
I picked
these
Example and put him as my captain the one day he did nothing. How do I do that?
That's fascinating. I guess maybe teams should focus more on building their strategy around avoiding your picks.
I will now be firmly taking all offers for Alipay and PayPal for you to be able to donate for me to not put you on my fantasy.
He's kidding, just to be clear. That said, I do hope that they turn it back around. It's hard not to believe in players like Ming Ming, Himas, and those two teams to bounce back. But the point with the last game to play just ahead of us is running out for them to do that.
I'm just mentally broken specifically around Ming Ming. Ming Ming was so hot moving into this, and he is such a strong performer. Yes, also Himas, but it's just...
Adder was going to drink the whole bottle. He cut away.
Вытянуть, нет, последнюю карту.
I believe.
Navi, these guys, I love what I'm seeing from them. Sure, they're in the middle of the boards right now. So when we get here, I catch the early bus because I like to just sit around in the green room. Every day when I arrive, there are 2 full teams, Navi and Wally Tai, that are practicing. From the moment the stadium opens, there's also 2 members of VP that are here. That is it. The rest of the players come later. These guys, the Navi guys in particular, are in the chairs at the computer every moment they can, and I'm seeing dividends as they grow.
The burn that they've been putting on, specifically during the week-long break, just was game after game after game, jumping on as much ranked as possible. This is a squad that really wants to perform. I mean, they've got a lot of history regarding different aspects of them. I really want to see VP perform extremely well.
I think all of us like to see VP perform well, especially when what we've heard about the leadership style of Ibiza and how the team's doing. I think we're all happy to see the future of Na'Vi as these guys continue to grow and become, well, I was going to say maybe the next Cerberus, but I'm starting to worry about that at this point. Look at the smiles on VP's face. We're talking about him right now. You know, in an interview, they told us it is the attitude, the way that Ibiza runs this team, the sort of vibe that this team has that makes these players happy to be here playing every day.
We were talking about James and how he has expectations for everybody. EB, I would say, still has a phenomenal IGL, but you have to admit, it's night and day difference. Like, that's got to be the most chill squad to be on.
It's weird to have somebody who looks down on you but doesn't make you feel bad. EB,
True.
He is a tower of an IGL.
That
you
one
gotta
got
love
Cam.
it.
We heard it across the way.
But it is, and I think that that's the most fascinating part of EB. I think they have to build the walls bigger here sometimes to make sure that he can't peek over the top of that monitor. But he is a big man with a big heart and a big leadership skill, and that to me is what really stands out about Ibiza.
There was also one small moment where we saw Aches lifting and actually starting to have some moments, chaining together in some kills. I just want to see that squad have at least some form of a predominant firefight somewhere in this.
All right, we're looking at the Falcons right now. Falcons started today in the top 3, and it has been a slide. They did a little bit. They showed up in that last game,
like
but
points.
not far enough. What do they do? I mean, how do they turn around? Just save today and then maybe come back tomorrow and try something new?
I love the Falcons. We cast them all the time. I'm just going to be real direct. Win a firefight.
Win a firefight. Well, there's lots of firefights on the way. One more map to play. Let's head to the casting duo of the Cammy D and Saga.
We're excited. The players are excited. And I'm sure you all at home are excited for our final map tonight. Miramar to wrap up day number 2 of 3. And even though Arena only got 1 point the previous game, they are still in the lead with a 7-point gap over Twisted Minds. Can Twisted Minds break the pattern? Because Arena, so far in the final stage, have yet to have more than 1 game in a row that they are not in a top 4 podium position. If that happens again, that gap is likely only going to grow just a little bit further still.
It feels real bad, really, doesn't it, to be pressuring your way into first place. You've got 3 top 4 performances with 10, 9, and 7 kills, respectively, and yet still the gap is closing. Twisted Minds is just built like that. 4th, 2nd, 2nd, 7th, 4th. They are yet to have a 0 placement point game, and every single one of them has kills abound. And what on earth is going on here? Bleed!
I wasn't even looking. I was looking at the scoreboard because we don't expect hot drops, especially not in Partona of all places. The 1-for-1 trade so far. Rare to see the Deagle in play. And oh, well, shotgun. This is more like it. This is more like it for a hot drop.
I mean, it's not the first time that Happy's been down here taking fights, but last time he did it by himself. This time it's a full commitment. Tigger holding the door with the shotgun. The revive's going to come through just outside the door, but he's being held as well.
Trick is holding the angle, holding the doors as he has gone down to Akarin. This means that the rest of Bleed can now try, especially with the revive time that they've been able to take advantage of, just surround the rest of Arena. Only one member left. It is Jacob all the way to the north, nowhere close to this. Twisted Minds, seeing this in the kill feed, are loving it.
The OG of the sawed-off shotgun. Teddy from Nations Cup 2022, rebranded, changed his name to Happy. And the Arena certainly are not happy with the way that that went. You can still watch the rest of Jacob's escapades if you go over to PUBGesports.com, though may I recommend one of the 5 other channels which have team communications, which might be just a little bit more active. But a zone like this, yes, there is in fact a circle on Los Leones. That is one that right now, let's be real, for E-Arena, that's probably best case scenario, because if there's going to be anywhere in this region of the map where a solo player like Jacob can just disappear and go unnoticed until the very late stages of the game, it's going to have to be somewhere in that city.
Listen, if there's anywhere that you can hide and become a new man, a new person, it's in the...
Start a new life.
Start a new life, it's in the city.
Have a family.
You know, I'm getting images of like a rainy city, it's dark at night, not exactly the dry, arid, sunny city of Los Leones, but you all get the picture.
Well, they might not make it that far. Because Corexi has just sat
А
there and
нахуй туда вас,
destroyed
блядь.
his dreams.
Huh.
Wow.
Rexy looks a little confused. Like, oh, that was easy. All right, cool. Anyway, 1 kill. It was instant. It wasn't even a knock.
He's just checking just to make sure. He's like, am I sure there was no one else there? No. Yeah, no.
Посмотрим, что там батут будет. Гулять.
От лосика попытаться надавить на какие-то сайды, может там, короче, карта, возможно, будет самоубиваться, лобби хуйню может делать. Можно попытаться от этого отыграть, потому что позиции нам не дадут, зону нам тоже не дадут. Мы будем сосать. Поэтому давайте попытаться просто...
Парашют есть.
Парашют есть. Ну хорошо, пускай у нас будет... Да, я еще сорвался. Парашют нахуй не хочу.
Лайтвейт надо, я ук. Бля, я с аугом пикатки уже не играл.
Да знаю, я понимаю тебя. У меня похожая ситуация. Но хотя в этой нормально. Он пострелять не дает, блядь. Я отдаю свою жизнь.
Ты с каким таймингом тогда хочешь ехать?
Ну смотри, кто у нас может?
Цесов. Могут там стоять.
Да, да, кроме цесов. Допустим, цесы не будут стоять и разоберут там внизу все. Ну правильно, минус, наверное, да. Но фальконы, блядь, нахуй. Нет. Я в фальконов не верю, блядь. Тём, на метке миник и шестерка.
Мне ук блядский надо.
Я тебе не могу, к сожалению, дать.
Паря.
Я, короче, потопал. Поехал. Мне нужен шлем второй. У нас может весь левый верхний сайт как быть фришным, потому что Цесс и Джинжи и Пирос играют в центр. Так может быть фул занят этими челами. Шлем был где-то практически? Был где-то шлем второй или нет?
Не в пикапе.
В пикапе? Давай сразу заберу. Алима не было? Тила 3-2.
Нет.
Так, а ты мне еще матик оставил?
1.6 именно.
Да, я оставил тематик. Полетели. Заберем лосик, пытаемся забрать.
Что фризит-то у них, блядь?
Давай. Давай.
The arena came out of the gate swinging, caught everyone by surprise, but now they've faltered at the midpoint of the tournament.
Ёбаный ты,
Letting slip from
насрал,
their
блядь.
fingers just a little bit, and Twisted Minds are not the kind of team
Ну,
that
в
will let you
яшке
get
уже
away with
не
that
оторвут.
unpunished. But it's not done yet. They've still got to have a good game here. Cerberus as well. It's really slipped away from them after their previous title-winning run at PGS 3, but at the very least, they can get out of the way of Pero without losing a player at the early stage of the final game of the day.
Верните, блядь.
Some
Батута
tight
нахуй.
rotations south of Los Leones. Everyone is playing close toward the water, close towards the center of this zone. We still have, quick count here, 6 or so teams that have yet to make their way in from the north. Jeans now, FaZe, they were taking shots at another, I believe, Bleed to the west or something, or maybe it was Cerberus before, but they're still taking shots at them now. Okay, for a second, look, guitar was popped, but instead, I think the call was to return. They found a spot that they can try and finally hold out in. Cerberus, I mean, 15th place. I had doubts on any team's ability to perform at the level that they did throughout this entire double block event. Like, endurance is a real factor here, but 15th place is certainly significantly lower than even my cynical self expected.
Well, realistically, it's only, what, 20-point
Не
gap?
заметят весу, ублюдки. Ага.
Вода не нужна, перв?
Как ты хочешь поехать?
Дип.
А.
На, еще вот эту хуйню я тебе
смоки возьми.
закидываю. Вот эту хуйню закидываю тебе.
Есть смоки.
Я хочу отжать вообще вейпоинт красный.
Поехали, Тём.
Я очень долго вас ждал. Уже фальконы могут, блядь, быстрее все это делать, чем мы.
Короче, у Дипа парашют.
Короче, дай мне мотак, я тут разберусь с ним. Подъедь сюда, Дип.
Даю,
Там мы
короче.
хотим уехать.
Вы хотите поехать в банан. Двумя людьми в банан. Я на мотаке вперед. Потом заберите с пикапа. А ты иди на мою позицию. Не, останься здесь, Тём, посмотри просто. Я поеду на двойку.
Банан.
двойку смотреть или банан?
Нет, ты вдвоем едешь.
Я имею в виду смотреть Тёме что, банан?
Я смотрю банан.
Ой, банан и двойку.
И двойку.
Я сюда долго смотрел, здесь никого вроде не было.
А, никого.
Бен, следите, чтобы все было норм.
Мы заправились в фолл-кросе.
Я смотрю пока вперед, тут кого прям не вижу, что кто-то был.
На крышу банана поднимешься, перфект? Позыркаешь там?
Висит,
Мы
блядь.
единственное, что очень медленно, минута осталась. У нас все еще
Я могу дальше проезжать.
Да, ты можешь. Я тоже еду в сторону банана, двойку. Тём, ты тогда тоже, да, сюда. Хорошо, уже. Главное, никуда в соло... Короче, по инфе двигаемся.
Куда? Наебли.
Я на двойку встану. Вы можете, по идее, сейчас будет дальше поедете, когда...
Говорю, кончится.
Да.
3-2 у тела.
1-4.
Так, я смотрю сейчас банановым. А вы вперед все забираете.
Памик надо?
No. Блин, нашел, блядь, заебись.
Давайте, Тём, с тобой вдвоем на метку.
Давайте. Ты зачекали?
Там невозможно чекать нормально.
Ну.
Вот у нас бетонки, под них врезаемся.
Да. Ты тоже ездишь к ребятам. Так, я на крышу залез. Ну, я вижу, вот челы выезжают с двойки. Вот этот выезжает.
Парашют.
Цессы выезжают.
Банан, типа и четверку, банан четверку. Сейчас отойди, я твой пикап заберу.
Вот эту хуйню, чтобы хочу посмотреть, чтобы вы посмотрели. Вейпоинт, ребята.
Банан есть, тачка,
Банан у нас
привезите.
есть, да.
Вот этот банан, да?
Там цессы сейчас, возможно, драка какая-то начнется. Вейпоинт чекайте, потому что двойку отдали, мужики. Двойку отдали, вы можете вейпоинт чекать. Поняли?
Я проеду мимо.
Давай, давай. Мы потом можем сделать ротацию с этой вейпоинт, если мы что-то отожмем. Туда могли цессы встать, если они не поехали в центр.
Не знаю, кто-то есть, нету. Пока что никого не вижу.
Ну, у этих, у цессов было пикап, РП,
Можно забирать.
Мирада, дефолтный.
Ну я
понял?
не вижу, я прокачусь еще выше. Вот тут, парни, можете прокатиться перфект по четверке? По вот так вот разогнаться.
Я тоже поехал в ваш сад.
Один чел все время стреляет с этой хуйни.
Четверка?
Да.
Ну, четверка там... Тут пикап есть еще, если кому нужен.
Посмотри на тачки просто вверх.
То есть вот тут пикап на метке.
Окей. Может, Тёма с ним ехать.
Да, я...
Урон метки дали.
Все, под сосиску.
Визор, слышу, стреляет.
Я на метку пока что заеду.
У нас может берег быть вообще фришный, мы можем берег забрать. Ну там, правда, церковь будет занята.
Ну, прошу тебя вообще некуда лететь кого-то, да?
Да, я не думаю, что куда-то можно ехать.
Смотрите наш кемп, парни.
Наш, окей.
Вот у меня.
Вижу никого.
Там дохуя с берега, вот тут. И 2 чела на метке.
У меня, походу, не хэппи форэмов ебали.
Возможно.
Прайм 3.
Б вижу. Вижу Мирада дефолтный, там много на двойке. Движника.
Вот сплит может быть. Чел почему-то срет по мне.
Батут. Мы не... Ты говоришь на двойке файт?
Нет, там нету файт, там просто команды по всей
Но мы
линии
если чем
сидят.
рельеф, если фри
Я
можем.
кем буду? Тихо. Сверху тачки у меня съезжает. Вот тут по синей может быть сплит, потому что чел из дальки, я его не пикал ни разу, а он по мне стреляет. Хотя я пикал ближний кемп.
Мы можем, если что, реджи встать и фармить всех нахуй справа, кто будет что-то делать. Как вариант.
Тем, тройка. Много.
Я вижу тройку вашу, да.
Не понимаю, как давление создать.
Ну мы можем проехать, помнишь, на двойку вот сюда вот. Или под вот эту однушку на двойку. Ты видишь ее, нет, тип?
Нет,
Мы же можно спокойно
вообще не
проехать
вижу.
туда.
Ее
Центр
легко
карты.
выпушит, если ты двойку заберешь только одну.
Ну, не факт.
Факт.
Не факт, что легко выпишет. Ну, может, с рельефа можно забрать будет. У тебя в упоре в рельеф
Вот
никого нету?
единственное,
делать?
вот сюда вот можно как-то проехать, и хуй его знает.
У нас, в принципе, сайт тоже неплохой тут. Я в яму играю в упор.
У тебя там челы с резорта могут распитованы быть, осторожно.
Синий вей может соединиться.
Да, я смотрю. Там два чела сидят. Пока не планируют. Блядь, нам нужно двойку сейчас отбирать. Она
Ну давай,
да?
я...
Занята, скорее всего.
Если мы уедем, гора может.
Скорее всего,
А вот тут позиции нету на Вее?
дорога.
Сюда. Да, дорога.
Там кем пьет. Да их
Съезжаю,
туда едешь.
гора.
Может, блять, скрашнем вот эту хуйню, если его мало видно. Хуй его знает.
Мажу.
Четверки вижу двоих. Но я туда смотрел, блядь, пару секунд.
Там и стреляло двое все время.
Ну они бы, блядь, стакнулись в эту однушку, если бы там не было четырех.
Они могут с бетонками сидеть, им
Правда.
тачку заруинили. Там когда подсетапить четверку можно?
А посмотрим.
Скорее всего, нам надо
Куда съехали, Пер? Далеко они съехали?
Не знаю.
Можете сюда заехать, если там сейф, я не помню.
В мэншене стоят.
В каком, левом или правом?
В этом. на
Один
метке.
лоу в дальнем меньше.
Я вот двоих на двойке вижу. А ты видишь,
Да
это
их
не
трое минимум, трое минимум.
Это соло сквад тогда, мужики, это соло сквад.
Да.
У меня, слышу, вот драки внизу.
Рельефом справа нельзя драться через желтую как-то, не знаю.
Мне кажется, нужно просто
На
проехать в
желтую
сторону
можно-
двойку. Нужно просто проехать
Давай,
в сторону
давай,
двойку, бро.
давай.
Подъезжайте сюда.
Просто заехать вчетвером и разъеба... Ну, попиздиться с кем-то.
Да, вот сюда вот на рельеф куда-то заехать.
Это
Готово?
недалеко.
Готово?
Нам
Нет,
ехать
имейте в
надо.
виду, что в кемпе челы сидят. Можно
Да.
даже заберите, дайте, подъедьте меня, я возьму.
Как ехать, Вей, поставь?
Ну вот так вот, вот так вот.
На,
Давай,
возьми
давай,
руль,
давай.
на, возьми руль.
Поехали вместе, готовы? Павей, куда-то в сторону
Не
двойки.
с потрещи дружно сидеть.
Да, в домике есть челы. Ходит на рельеф.
Один чел.
Вперед, надо дальше. Справа будет ходить на рельеф. Дальше едем.
В сторону будки можно.
Я
Не,
пока...
не, не, дальше.
Давай, на будку доезжаем.
Будка и все, парни.
Я сзади.
Доезжайте, мужики? Осторожнее, тут не ебать. Не нокаемся сейчас. Первое время не нокаемся. Просто займите себе позицию нормально.
Спина.
Это пизда. Да, меня будет ебать.
Смог откинь.
Да я...
Все, будку откину.
Иди по рюкзак близон. Иди по рюкзак близон.
Блять, ты можешь, может, смог раскидаешь?
Раскидаю, блядь.
Ну все, сегодня
Dodge
хорош.
that one though. A-low.